Okay, namaste everybody. Welcome once again. The team is back again for a video on the upcoming, it's not upcoming, it's already come. We are late in getting started with our transit videos. We always wanted to do it much earlier, but getting all of us together on one platform, always is, scheduling is always a problem. We are sitting in 3 different countries. I'm sitting here in Canada, Aditya is sitting in US, and Sandeep is sitting in India. So coordinating with the time and daylight savings and all of that. Anyway, so today we are going to do a very in-depth video about the transits on Rahu and Ketu. On 30th of October 2023, we saw that the nodes, which is Rahu and Ketu, have changed their zodiac signs. Rahu is now transiting into Pisces, and Ketu has gone into Virgo. Now, there are certain things that I wanted to talk about. Everybody has done a lot of videos you will find on YouTube about transits of these nodes. But a couple of small points that I want to add before we get started. Okay, first, when you talk about Rahu and Ketu, now, there is often I get questions from people asking me what to use. Do you want to use the true node, or do you want to use the mean nodes in checking with your natal horoscope? This is a common question. And I'm sure we have a brilliant team here. Aditya can also help putting some points, and even Sandeep can help. But this is my understanding, as probably I would put it in layman terms. The difference that I have come across with knowing about Rahu and Ketu is Rahu and Ketu are just mathematical points. It's based on the calculations. And Aditya is also going to present in an upcoming conference, is going to talk about these as well. So if you're interested in the astronomical side of it, how it is going to happen, he's going to speak more about that. Now, whenever these mathematical points, because of how the Earth's wobble is and how the moon, is rotating, so what happens is there is not a smooth transition that is happening between the mathematical points. So how they actually operate, even though we see the net result, the average that you see is it is moving in reverse order, which means you say that it is moving in the opposite direction. Right? They are always retrograde, as we say. But in fact, they are not moving smoothly. What is happening is the way they move forward, the way they move is, it's like moving 4 steps forward, coming back, 3 steps, moving again 2 steps forward, coming 1 step back. So that is it is a little bit of a wobble which is there. But net, what happens is moving 4 steps back and, 3 steps backwards. So it is kind of averaging out. So when you say the true node, that means at the point when you are measuring Rahu and Ketu, what was their actual position, whether it is in forward motion or it is in, wobbling, moving backwards or whatever, that actual real position is the true node. But what is a mean node? Mean node means it takes the mean position between these 2 extremes of the of how the mathematical points are moving, like in a shaky manner. It is not like it's vibrating and it's moving. It's moving, but it's vibrating. So true node and mean node. So there is a mantra which says all these nodes are moving in the Shatana model, which is 108 names of Rahu and Ketu. You will find that these are always moving in reverse order. So I'm not here to debate what to take. You can definitely take whatever. And that's why you see some people will come and comment, oh, don't you think that Rahu has actually moved into Pisces 15 days ago? And some people will say, no, it is moving on the 30th of October. So I wanted to debunk this, that yes, you have to know what is the position you're taking. Either you're taking true node or you're taking the mean node. So use whatever you want to use, but mean means it is an average of the distance that is there, it is moving, right? And true means at that point, at that instance, what was the position of the nodes. That is all I would want to say. So as per the transits now that we are taking. 30th of October 2023 to 18th of May 2025 is when the nodes are moving in these zodiac signs, which is Pisces. We have Rahu moving, and we have Ketu moving in Virgo. Now, there are a few more data points I'll give you for the benefit of the people based on the nakshatras, and then Aditya will give you more insights about this, not on the nakshatras, but generally how this transition is happening. So Rahu will be transiting between 30th of October 2023 to 7th of July 2024. It will be in Revati Nakshatra. Then from 7th July 2024 to 16th March 2025, you will see that Rahu will be going into Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. And then from 16th of March 2024 to 22nd of November 2025, it will be going through Purva Bhadrapada. But, Purva Bhadrapada, the fourth pada of Purva Bhadrapada, it will be completing by 18th of May 2025. Now, on the other side, what you are seeing in Virgo, Ketu is already in Chitra Nakshatra, but now it is transiting the second pada of Chitra. And this transition has started in Chitra from the beginning of Chitra. It started on 26th of June 2023, and it will be completing its journey in Chitra Nakshatra on 3rd March 2024. And from 3rd March 2024 to 10th November 2024, Ketu will be transiting in Hasta Nakshatra. And from 10th November 2024 to 20th July 2025, it will be transiting in Uttara Falguni Nakshatra. Okay, but it will be moving out of the sign of Virgo on 18th of May 2025. So these are the positions of the Rahu and Ketu for this transit. Now, there's another thing I wanted to point out. Now that you have understood the transit, is first of all, why we have to take the transits and from where we have to take the transits. Now, this is a very common question. Everybody asks, sir, should we see it from the natal moon or should we see it from the ascendant? Now, let me also add some thoughts there, and probably then Santip and Aditya can also add their own thoughts. First of all, I want to say that when you look at transits, you have to understand there are three types of karmas that we have to know when you are going through understanding the transits and the results of the transits. Now, there is a karma which is called as Dhrida karma. Dhrida means which is fixed and resolute. Okay, that is not changeable. It's called Dhrida. Okay, it's like Prarabdha karma. Now, whenever we look at that which is fixed, that cannot be changed, then the mode of looking at that, based on many other things, is you have to look at the dashas, which means in Vedic astrology, in Jyotisha, we have something called as dashas, which is time periods. So the dashas are definitive. They will give their results based on the dashas. Okay. Then when you look at the transits, it is called as adrida karmas, which means it is not resolute. It can change. So it is not fixed that it has to give you results. So those people who think by just watching these, transit videos, you would be able to make predictions based on your moon sign or your ascendant. You have to know these are some, may happen, some may not happen, because the activation has to happen. For the activation to happen with these transits, you have to know that the dashas are also operating. If the dashas are not operating, these transits will probably not do anything. Also, the second part is these transits should also form, it should be going over particular grahas, or they should be in trine with these particular grahas in the natal horoscope, which means your natal horoscope will have some fixed, because it is a static. So based on that, you will see there can be some interaction that can happen. But what is the maximum? Where is the result coming from? The events has to pan out, has to happen from the dashas. But then there is a third element which is called Dhrida Adrida karmas. What is Dhrida? Means some may happen, Some may not happen, but in what measure it will happen, which means somebody is saying, okay, you will win a lottery. But how much you will win? You could win even $50 or or 500 rupees, or you can win even 50,000, or you might win even 5 million. What decides that is this Drida Adrida karma. How do you see the Drida Adrida karmas in the chart? It is through yogas. Yogas means these are unions. And there are specific yogas which can promise, and the dashas are operating, then the yogas can really fructify and give you the results. So I want to summarize this whole discussion so that you will never have any such doubts. You're watching all these videos on transitions. I want to say, without the yogas and without the dashas, just looking at transits is completely meaningless, because you might get certain events happening in your life that we are going to discuss today, but they have to be seen from the yogas, which is Drida Adrida karmas, and we also have to see whether there are dashas operating, which is the Drida karmas. Just by looking at Gochar, we are just throwing the dart in the darkness. Some might hit the board, some might hit even the bullseye. So there are odds. The third thing is, where should we look these transits from? Now I want to say one thing. The word that we use in Sanskrit, whenever we have to look at transits, and when we use the word called Gochara, Go means like a cow, Chara means movement. So the Go is gazing, which means the cow is gazing. Likewise, the planets are also in movement, they are gazing. And what are they gazing? They're gazing the field which is there, which is we can look from the nakshatras, we can look from the rashis and all of this. But Gochara is always from the moon, because here the moon is considered as the cow and the planets are considered like its calf. So Gochara is anything that is going to manifest. The prana shakti that flows inside your chart has to flow through the natal moon. And this is something which all our rishis have clearly written about. So don't be in two minds when you have to look at the transits. Definitely look at it from your natal moon's position also, because that is how your mind, and the mind is a very powerful tool, and that is how your perceptions and your vasanas will be played out, your sanskaras, which means what you are going to manifest in the world through your power of your mind is to be seen from the moon. So there is no two ways about it. Please don't think that you have to not look from the moon. No, moon is very important point, and you have to look at it. That is called Gochara. Now, when we look at the planets transit in comparison with all the other Navagrahas, there is another word which is used by the rishis. It's called as Grahachara. See, there is a difference. Gochar means always from the natal moon. That is your natal horoscope, natal moon is what is Gochara. Grahachara means what is that planet going to influence on all other planets. That is what you have to see. So whenever we are looking at transits, don't only look at Gochar, which is from the moon, also look at Grahachar, which means you can look at the same transit from various different planets, which means if you want to look at something, what is going to happen in your siblings' life with this transit, look also for the transit from your Mars, that is your younger sibling. If you want to see what is the life, how it is going to change in your father's life with this transit in your natal horoscope, look at where Sun is or the ninth lord is and see from where this transit and how it is going to impact. So this is what is called as Grahachar. Grahachar means you are taking the Karaka of a planet and you're looking from there. So when you're doing this, it also becomes important. How will I feel the physical impact of this transit can be seen from the Lagna also. Okay, I hope this has been cleared. Now let's go quickly, and I want to show you something which is very, very fascinating, and then I will let our discussion carry forward with this, because this is very important. When I started teaching, about the Navagrahas. This is something which is very crucial to know about transits, but you have to know the iconography of the Navagrahas, which is often the least we pay attention to. Now, the two luminaries, I will share the screen and I will show you. And I will also talk about Rahu and Ketu. First of all, I will say, whenever I started understanding about Rahu and Ketu, a Gujarati astrologer actually explained to me in this way what is Rahu and Ketu. And probably this will give you some esoteric meaning, and this will help you also in understanding this transits for, whenever Rahu and Ketu is transiting, you will understand what is the energy which is really being spewed. So he explained to me, he said, look at a king cobra. And if you look at a king cobra, the head of the king cobra, when it is standing with his hood, you will see a symbol behind the king cobra. So a king cobra with his head straight, when you look at it, you will actually see the symbol of Ketu. So he said, a king cobra, if it is climbing a tree, you will see the symbol of Ketu there. And the same king cobra, if it is, climbing down the tree, when you observe the coming down of that serpent, you will see the symbol of Rahu. Okay. So what is Ketu? Ketu is the activation of the Kundalini Shakti, which is rising up. Like the king cobra is actually climbing a tree, which means it is going through the different channels or the chakras. And what is Rahu? Rahu is which is coming down through the chakras. It is your desires which are coming down. Ketu is the Kundalini Shakti which is rising up. Now, in the iconography, now this is something I'm going to share. I came across this. I've read many scriptures to understand the iconography because I am teaching Jyotish. Now, this came from some book in southern part of India in Tamil Nadu. Let me share my screen and you'll be fascinated with many of the features I'm going to show you about this Navagrahas. Okay, I don't know whether you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, let me just move this. I don't know why I'm not able to move this. Okay. Okay, guys, here I'm going to blow this up. Now, this is the iconography of the Navagrahas. And I can spend one full hour in teaching you about this, but there is two things I want to say. There is so much in-depth information in this. And then if you observe very, very closely, you will see many facets of these Navagrahas. I will not go into the depth of it. Look at how the different feet of the Navagraha Devatas are. You will see one very clear thing is Surya, which is sitting in the middle here. This is Surya. Okay, he's sitting in Padmasana. Look at, this is Chandra. He's sitting in Sukhasana, right? And now I'm not going to, usually in my students, I go and ask them, this is Brahaspati. This is Venus, Shukra, with white color. This is Brahaspati. Both of them are holding a yogic staff in their hand. They are also holding a water pot. This is your Mercury, which is sitting here. And look at the weapons and how many arms each of the devatas have. This is your Mangala, which is Mars. This is your Shani. Okay. This is your Rahu. This is your Ketu. Now, this is something I want to say here. Now, look at all the deities, and this is very perfect to how it has been described in the Shastras, the iconography. See, the two luminaries, which is Surya and Chandra, here I have only two arms. Look at all other deities, with an exception, have four arms. Who's the other exception here? It is Ketu. Ketu only has two arms. So in one way, you have to know if these two luminaries, which is sun and moon, have only two arms, why are the other ones shown with four arms? Whether you see it as Shukra, Brahaspati, Buddha, Mangala, Shani, and Rahu, all have four arms. Only these three, which is Ketu, okay, And Chandra and Surya have 2 arms. So in one way, I want to say Ketu, even though we call him a Chaya Graha, what I wanted to say from this iconography, that he is also very luminous. He has powers to give you, by absorbing the luminosity, as he comes in contact with Chandra or Surya, he becomes like Chandra and Surya, because he's also very much potency is there for him to give the full light, the full visibility. That is why he is called as Shiki and Dhwaja, because he's is very top. Even in the shloka by Vedavyas Rishi, he says, the shloka also talks about in the shloka, it also talks about how he's the head of the star systems and also the Navagrahas. Okay. Palasha Pushpa Sankasham Taraka Grahamastakam Raudram Raudratmakam Ghoram Tam Ketum Pranamamyam. So he is the head of the star system. He is the head of all the Navagrahas. And because of which I want to say, wherever you see his transition that is happening, all the Navagrahas will be somehow following him, because he is in the front line of the queue. That's why we start with the nakshatra system, with Ashwini nakshatra being associated with Ketu, because that is the first star we have given, but we are starting with Ketu. Even though, the system starts from Kritika nakshatra, which is the sun, but when we start the system, and we have pegged it to that. So I hope once we start appreciating the importance of the nodes in our life, and one more small tidbit I want to give, that what we have observed just now is the natural system in how the universe has evolved. Because if you look at the Surya Siddhanta clearly states that when the Navagraha system began, they all say all the Navagrahas were at 0 degrees of Aries with Rahu. And Ketu was the only one who was at 0 degrees of Libra. He was the one who was very away. Now what you saw is we have seen the same thing after almost 18 years, 0 degrees of Aries and 0 degrees of Ketu. So this is their starting point. And if you look at the 108 names of Rahu and Ketu, even though other texts have different saying the birth star, they are saying Ketu is like Chitra and Rahu is like Ashwini Nakshatra. Even though the popular belief is Rahu's birth star is Bharani Nakshatra and Ketu's birth star is Ashlesha, which is given in other scriptures. But when you look at the 108 names, you will find this reference to saying that Rahu's birth is Sambhutam from Ashwini, and Chitra Nakshatra being the starting point or the birth star of Ketu. Why? Because that is 0 degrees of Aries and 0 degrees of Libra. Anyway, with that, I want to hand it over. I hope people will have more clarity when you're watching other videos on transits. I tried my best so that in future people will not have these kind of doubts. So Aditya, over to you.
Yeah, no, good points, Dr. Pai. Thank you. Thanks everyone for inviting me. So good for me. I have some points for my upcoming talk at Parashara conference now, which my topic is on Rahu and Ketu. So astronomical and astrological significance. I'm just promoting. Did not got a chance to promote anywhere. So probably this is a good place. And just before the meeting, I think we are meeting when it starts from next Thursday, correct? 16th of November. It starts with the Parashara conference. Our Shanati ji is hosting it, and so I encourage everyone to join and support us probably. Okay. With that, yes, Rahu Ketu, very mysterious. I will give some dates. I'm not going to go into some astronomical significance. Everyone knows all that. What is Rahu? What is Ketu? I will be providing some transit dates of planets and adding some more points what Dr. Pai mentioned. Maybe since Dr. Pai just finished, I will just start with that before, I guess. So Dr. Pai clearly said you have to, for Rahu or any planetary transit, you have to look ascendant, you have to look moon nakshatra. I will also add, you have to also look overall, if you want to see on a worldly basis and all, look into also the Kalpurush chart. And that also, I will give certain points, how just few years back, if we see how it is. For example, Rahu-Ketu was in the first house and the seventh house right now, just before 1.5 years, because they take 18 years, about 18 years, 6 months something, but let's say 18 years, easy calculation, 18 years, 12 Rashis. So each Rashi, they spend about 1.5 years. So only in October, last a week from now, they have come to the Pisces and the Virgo axis. So before that, for 1.5 years, they were in the Aries and the Libra. Now, which according to Kalpurush chart, this house is on the first house and the seventh house, correct? First house and seventh house. Now, you just imagine, now this will be fresh in our minds, what all happened in last 1.5 years. Just take 1.5 years from now on, like from October 2023 minus 1.5 years will go till when? April 2022. Around that time. What comes immediately in your mind?
Like the war and all that, right?
War and all, correct? War comes first. Thing will come is you have Ukraine and Russia war. Here you have Israel and Gaza now is going on. So war and all. What house Rahu is going on? Rahu is transiting Aries. Ketu is transiting our friend Libra. Rahu ruled by Aries ruled by Mars. Here it's ruled by Venus. Mars. What you will expect? Mars and all those. Saturn is in our Aquarius, observing Rahu through his third aspect. So Mars house, Rahu transiting over it, Saturn aspecting over it. Clearly signatures of war and all. Okay, because if I talk, it will be I was just jotting down the point. I can go over long, and then I made a list of those. So you can see that picture. So how Kalpurush chart dominates, you can see worldly events. Okay, now go 1.5 years further. Like for example, April 2022 minus 1.5 years. If you do probably April say 2022 to minus 1.5 years comes October 2020. What was that? October 2020, correct? October 2020. Now from October 2020 to April 2022, again, what was the house Rahu and Ketu was transiting? It was Taurus, correct? And Scorpio. Just see what is Taurus. What is Taurus? Second house. Second house stands for wealth, resources. Everyone was shouting about inflation. There is that. We all know that. Correct? How fluctuations and all those happening. No need to say. Clearly influence of second house. Eighth house, of course, COVID was coming out of COVID, fighting year and all those things, eighth house things, research going on. All those things was happening at the same time. October 2020. It's a very clear thing. Like, for example, now if you go back, another 1.5 years, October 2020 to April 2019, like another 1.5 years, that was the exact time when our COVID breakdown, COVID-19 happened during that time, correct? I think it was March 2020, in fact, if I remember clearly, correct? Around that time, March 2020 was, March.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Something like that. Anyway, so COVID, where was Rahu? Third house, ninth house. third house, I always feel, people, as per my experience with clients and my talking to many people in my own life, third house very close to, that's the COVID outbreak time, exact COVID outbreak time. Eighth from the eighth. It gives lot of, I've seen lot of death themes and all. I've seen plenty of time. Now, it's not that every third house will be like that, okay? But it's so you could see the effects of that. As I said, I can't go again and again. But if you want to go again further from 1.5 from there, it was a period from March 2019 to something like September 2017. And I said, what was happening? What was happening during that time? Because we know Rahu-Ketu was then at that time was in the Cancer and Capricorn axis, 410 axis. And then I just typed from March 2019 to September 2017. So it's mostly 2018 year, around that time. So I was like typing in Google just now. Events happened in 2018, something, main events. List came out, Me Too movement, immigration, royal wedding, and all those things they were talking about. Me Too movement, women. Fourth house is Rahu again, traveling. Fourth house is what? Home, homeland. Country, homeland, and all those battles over basically ground immigration and all those events was there. So you can see, in short, we can go all over the 12 and then try to see about all. But in short, what's happening is, if you want to see how these planets affect on a broad basis, on a worldly basis, like depending upon their sign and all, you can see that how they changes. You can see overall picture of what's going to happen. For example, right now, Rahu is in 12. Okay, past is past. Let's come to future now. Rahu is in 12. Ketu is in 6th house. Rahu is in 12th house. Something related to 12th house events probably can go. Maybe a lot of meditation themes, where spirituality themes can come up. Something like a secluding places and all. Maybe a good time for spirituality. That's something positive I could see. Maybe some people going into a lot of spiritual themes, something like that. That can be a boost coming up in this, maybe another 1 year, maybe 2024, maybe something we can witness something of that sort. Ketu is again the 6th house. 6th house is what? Menial job, daily routines and all those things. So something like that too can be, you can see some features. So something related to maybe, I don't like to predict all those, but it's like, you could see some 12th house energies and 6th house energies in worldly matters, at least in a broad sense. Now you may say that, oh, this did not happen to me. I'm not talking about individual horoscope year and all, or not like I'm talking about like a whole on a worldly basis, looking from the Kal Purush Kundali chart. So I just thought maybe an interesting point to discuss. Okay. So overall, one can also take help of Kal Purush Kundali and then try to see how this Rahu-Ketu influences can happen on worldly matters. Okay. Let's come to from world to back to the transit dates where we were. And maybe I made a small, let me share my screen. I may have my screen here. Okay, can you see my screen here?
Yeah, it's I can see the presentation thing, but only the yeah, now I can see it. Now we can see it, yeah.
Oh, fine. Okay, slideshow play for me. So Rahu-Ketu, as Dr. Pai also mentioned about Nakshatra, but here I am not given for Nakshatra basis, but 31st October 2023 onwards, Rahu moved in Pisces, Ketu moved in Virgo, and the entire 2024 year, they will be in the same axis, Pisces-Virgo axis. Okay. I also want to consider Jupiter and Saturn transits too, because they can also give you 5, 7, 9 drishti, other aspects. So considering that too, and Saturn can give 3, 7, 10. Let's see what's happening with Jupiter and Saturn too. So Jupiter is going to be right now it is retrograde till December 30th, end of this year, you can say. And then only on the last day, probably when we are saying bye to the new year, it is going to happen direct. And finally, it will be direct, and it will be entering Taurus on 1st May 2024. Okay, and then it again becomes retrograde on October 9, 2024 in Mrigashira 27 degrees. So you can see that from Taurus 1st May 2024 to 9th October. It's like hardly 5 plus 5. It almost, the speed of Jupiter is very high, and it almost is like going over the entire Rashi. And then again, it becomes retrograde. It will come back in Taurus. So first 4 months, Jupiter is in Aries. And after that, Jupiter is rest of the year will be in Taurus. Saturn, of course, it becomes retrograde and all, but entire time to be short, it will be in Aquarius. Okay. And Rahu-Ketu, 2024 entire time will be Pisces-Virgo axis. So that's what, on a large basis, to be very simple, Rahu-Ketu, Pisces-Virgo, Jupiter after May, Taurus, and Saturn is in Aquarius. At least that we can have in mind. Other thing is, we all know eclipses play a very important role with Rahu and Ketu. Let's see where the eclipses happen. Now, since Rahu-Ketu is happening in our axis is in Pisces-Virgo, we know that Sun is in Virgo, Sun is in Pisces from mid-March to mid-April. So eclipse seasons will occur during mid-March to mid-April. That's one eclipse season when the Sun is going to meet Rahu. And then it is in Virgo, and the Sun we know is in Virgo from mid-September to mid-October. So from mid-March to mid-April is the eclipse season, and another eclipse season, because we get always 2 eclipse seasons in a year. Another will be sometimes even 3, because if the eclipse season comes in January, early January, then you may get it in somewhere in end of May and June, and then again you will get in late December something. So sometimes you may have 3 eclipse seasons going over the next year and all. But most of the year will at least always have 2 eclipse seasons. So the eclipse season is from mid-March to mid-April is one, and from mid-September to mid-October when the Sun is going to meet with Ketu. These are the eclipse seasons. How many eclipses the world is going to see? Let's look at it. March 24th to 25th, 2024 is a penumbral lunar eclipse. So it's a lunar eclipse. It's a penumbral, of course. Okay, it's not an umbral, it's not total. Penumbral lunar eclipse, and spread over the United States of America. Since it's penumbral, you can't see the moon completely obscured. The moon will still be visible. But this eclipse, the next eclipse, so after March, remember, this is March 24th, 25th. This is a full moon day, because lunar eclipse always happens on a full moon day. Let's go to the next one. 8th April 2024 is a total solar eclipse. And this is a right going, the total solar eclipse is right happening on the United States of America. USA witnessed eclipse just last month, October 14, 2023. Now it is again going to experience a total, so that was an annular October 2023. Now we are going to observe a total solar eclipse. It's going over the state of Texas. In fact, it is going right over my place. In fact, just a little bit west. It is just touching that. Okay, Texas, and then I think most of the US will be covered in that. After that, even Ohio is going to receive some. Indiana is going to receive. You need to check the path. It's going right over this. So US is going to witness this eclipse. It's like 4-minute totality and all those things. That is happening on 8th April 2024. Okay, so total solar eclipse. This will be the most intense eclipse probably. And then we have a partial lunar eclipse occurring in September 2024, mid-September 17th, 18th. Okay, it's a partial lunar eclipse, not a complete, not a total, but lunar eclipse, but partial. India is going to witness that, only a part of India, the western part of India, but not the eastern part, and spread over the entire US and all. So it's a partial, not, and it's a umbral, so you will see the moon is covered, but actually not completely covered. Okay, seen over these places. And remember, it is September, so that means the Sun is touching the Ketu point. And then finally, on October 2nd, 2024, we are going to get an annular solar eclipse, which can be seen from the parts of Southern America, especially in the Chile region and all. Okay, so these are the 4 eclipse seasons, 2 solar, 2 lunar eclipse we are going to witness. One is basically a lunar and solar, and then again lunar and solar eclipse in those consecutive successive names, like lunar, then solar, then lunar, then solar. between mid-March to mid-April and mid-September to mid-October. So these are the eclipse seasons that we will be witnessing in the coming year. Okay. So these are some of my points. We will talk for each as we go with respect to each ascendant and then discuss as we move further. I think we will start with Sandeep and probably then we can hop in between and probably give our points for each nakshatra. So that's from my side.
Great, Aditya. So this is great. Thank you for sharing all that. One thing I want to say with what Dr. Pai was telling about Grahachar and Gochar was that definitely don't ignore the Grahachar part. So definitely you have to identify that part. So people do look at the transit of Grahas from the ascendants also, but consider that as a Grahachar actually, very, very important thing. Gochar, the karmas will be more superior in general because it's affecting a mind for sure. That is one aspect. For one simple thing also, I just want to add that if the Rahu-Ketu axis was aligning with any of your divisional chart, now this was advanced students of astrology. If you know your divisional chart, the Shamcha and all that, if Rahu-Ketu axis is aligning in any kind of divisional chart, Rahu-Ketu axis, then you should definitely be prepared for a Samudra Manthan to happen in that particular divisional chart also. Well, that is one thing. And as Aditya mentioned, the eclipse is happening in any of these.
Aditya and Sandeep, just sorry to interrupt. Your voice is breaking up. I don't know. Aditya, are you also feeling the same thing? Now it is better.
Is my voice better now?
Now it's
better. No, I was fine. It was fine.
Fine.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, great. So I was just telling that if Rahu-Ketu axis was aligning any of your divisional chart, Rahu-Ketu axis, that divisional chart area of your life is expected to have some challenges. Just be watchful for that. Also, if the eclipses are happening, so if you have Pisces and Virgo as the ascendants in any of the divisional charts also, definitely eclipses are happening on the ascendant. That divisional chart would also go through a big transformation energy. A very simple point for advanced students of astrology, just to be mindful of that. So now we'll get to the ascendant part actually. So we'll start with maybe it might be since we talked about Kalpurush, we'll start by talking about Aries actually. So Rahu is going to transit 12th house from Aries. Ketu will be transiting 6th house from Aries. So this is again. So if you have any graha, so Dr. Pai mentioned Grahachar and Gochar. So if you have ascendant moon in Aries, you will feel it very strongly. But if the moon being more than the ascendant, to be frank, but if you do have the any other grahas in Aries, you will feel that that particular graha person in your life indicated by the graha will feel this experience which you are talking about. That should be the understanding for all the other signs which we are going to speak about ahead. Now, so when for Aries ascendant, Rahu will be transiting through the 12th house, Ketu will be transiting through the 6th house. So definitely 12th house matters or going to foreign lands, having expensive vacations, additional expenses coming up and so forth can happen. Usually 12th house is also the house of sleep. So increased sleep disturbance can also happen quite easily. 12th house is also the house of hidden enemies actually. So hidden enemies can be revealed. That kind of thing can also be said. Hidden enemies can be many things in this day and age. It need not be like an enemy like what you see in movies or something. More likely it can be like, your own negative habits, your own problematic energies. Maybe you have been watching too much Netflix or something like that. Those kind of problems. So that kind of hidden enemies could also be revealed right now. Now, the other aspect of 12th house also, definitely 12th house is also the house linked with hospitals actually. So if you are not been to hospitals, you might have to go to a hospital, not because you have a big health issue or not. Maybe you might have to get a test or something. That kind of thing might be experienced. Because 6,000, 12,000 health access in general. So that kind of aspect can play out. The one more thing with 12th house, that of ashrams, as Aditya mentioned. So definitely spirituality can happen very strongly. Meditation retreats and so forth can happen very strongly. So traveling for yoga retreats very in the foreign lands, going to an oceanside place for taking a break and all that can happen very easily. I would even say that even the idea of like visiting more oceanside temples, more vacations, more beaches, that kind of thing can also happen during this time period for Aries natives also. Ketu is transiting to the 6th house, so therefore a lot of change in routines can happen. So a lot of problems with workplace can also happen usually with Ketu in the 6th house. Usually 6th house is also the house of habits, and that's your real enemies, as it's called. So real your habits that are pulling you down can become very evident during this time period. 6th house is also debts also. So the debt related, Ketu in the 6th house is very good to remove all the debts and so forth, to be frank. So if you have any loan and all that, you might be paying off the loan in a big way right now. Opportunities to do that can happen. 6th house also a house of diseases. So if you have not been aware of any diseases right now, it could happen. And then you might be forced to change your habits and routines kind of thing right now also. It's 6th house interestingly is happening in Virgo. So Virgo is ruled by Mercury actually. So Mercury is linked with writing, your friends, travel, and so forth. So maybe digging a routine of a hobby kind of thing might happen more for these natives. Some kind of book you are starting to read more frequently. Maybe you're taking some kind of reading or writing activity you're doing more can happen for Aries natives also. Now, we were talking a lot about documents just before this this video, so it could be like karma documents kind of thing could also happen because it's ruled by Mercury as well. Now, over to you, Aditya, for Aries ascendant.
Yeah, good point, Sandeep. And I will stress to say on especially after the month of May 2024, when the Jupiter will come to Taurus, it will be directly aspecting your Ketu. Okay, so Ketu will get an aspect of Jupiter directly, and so it's overall and irrespective of wherever it is. Not talking specifically for Aries Lagna, but also remember the Ketu will be strengthened with the Jupiter quality. So it's a good time for spirituality and all those things. And Rahu is already in the 12th house for Kalpurush chart too. So overall, Rahu in the 12th and Ketu is receiving aspect of Jupiter is overall as a whole global mass probably going into the theme of meditation, spirituality, and all can be strengthened. Especially if you are a Virgo Lagna or a Virgo Rashi or Virgo moon sign or something like that. We will come when we talk about Virgo during that time, but those people will be strongly afflicted by, I can see that effect very strongly played. But anyway, so yes, most of the points I feel that you encompassed. Saturn is anyway not influencing Rahu and Ketu for part, but at least the Jupiter, especially after May 2024, look for some spiritual activities and all those things you can plan it for. At the same time, Ketu and of course Jupiter is benefic, but Jupiter can be functional malefic too, and Ketu in the 6th house for especially for Aries ascendant, when Jupiter giving aspect for over it, and it turns out to can be a malefic thing too. Watch out for some stomach related issues. Watch out for some health issues too. Serious health issues, because 6th house is also for diseases, 12th house is for hospitals. So probably Aries ascendant should be careful and watchful over their health and other such physical ailments, and take proper precautions regarding for that. Have a good food and good rest maybe can be very important, or will be required by Aries ascendant. So physical ailments and all can be probably seen, especially stomach related issues and all. So watch out for that. But good time for spirituality and other related activities.
Now, Dr. Pai, go ahead, Dr. Pai.
Yeah, I think both of you, Sandeep and Aditya, have laid down the points very aptly. I just wanted to add maybe a couple of more points. Just that you will have to probably control your emotional outbursts that might happen, because there might be a lot of baggage, unnecessary baggage that you've been carrying that needs to really be resolved. So Rahu in the 12th, which is in Pisces for Aries Lagna, remember, there might be challenges or problems that you might face from women, because Venus gets exalted in Pisces and Rahu. I mean, even though Venus is not there, just think there is an invisible influence, because Venus has to show prominence and Rahu moving there, it could be something related to women. And the sixth house, which is Virgo for Aries, because Ketu is moving there, in my recent, in my practice where I'm seeing a lot of readings which are coming up, I see some things, karmas related to pets, especially dogs. I'm seeing this very, very prominently. People are going through a lot of attachments to their dogs. Some dogs which have been with them for very long periods of time, they're slowly, letting go. And there are so many karmas that are there with pets, because sixth house is natural. So Aries, I think you will have to deal with some areas related to your job, service, and health. And for Rahu, I also want to say Rahu, because it's in a water sign, there might be opportunities for you to travel to places like what Sandeep already mentioned, pilgrim sites, and also where there are rivers or oceans or oceanic sites also, like going to Rameshwar. I had a client who just visited Rameshwaram, and she came back, and I could see the influence which was there with Rahu in her chart as well. So ashrams, yoga, meditation, retreats like spa, going to spa retreats, these can be very prominently seen for Aries.
Any remedies, Dr. Pai? Forgot to add in that. Any remedies you would like to add?
I would see for Rahu and Ketu, I would highly recommend people have to do remedies. Now with this transit, universally you have to do remedies of Durga and Ganapati, because see, Ganapati has a consort who is also called as Buddhi, and there is another consort who is also called as Siddhi. Sometimes in Maharashtra they call Riddhi as well. Okay, but Buddhi and Siddhi. Siddhi is your spiritual attainments, Buddhi is your. Now Ketu is going over the sign where Mercury is called Buddh and Buddhi Shakti, which means that's where Buddh gets exalted. And you see that is also Mul Trikona sign as well for Buddh. So definitely I think going to Ganapati makes more sense here. And because Venus gets exalted in Pisces, and Rahu is going, Venus Rahu can always give you the influence of Durga, Ma Durga. Or you can look at other forms of Durga. I've always said, Bhairavi, Bhagavati, Chamunda, and other, the worship of Dashamahavidyas, which means you might see, okay, let us say you have a planet like, for example, Sun, then you should worship, Matangi during this transit of Rahu. If you have Rahu already there, then it is like Chinnamasta. If a Ketu is there in Pisces, then it is Dhumavati. Mars in trines to this, then worship Baglamukhi Devi. Okay, then if you have Moon, it is Lord Bhuvaneshwari. If it is Mercury, it is called as Shodashi. She's also called as Shodashi. And then if you have Venus, which is called as Kamalatmika. And then if it is Saturn, which is there, then go to Kali. So like that, you can also worship the deities, because Venus is and this is probably, I would say, universally for everybody because of these transits, go to the female deities. For Rahu to cure the energies, Durga is the best. Ma Gauri is also there. But then if you want to go for Ketu, then that is the best thing, is to go for worship of Ganapatis.
Okay, great, Dr. Pai. Any remedies you would like to add, Aditya, for Rahu-Ketu, for Aries ascendant?
I will say not remedies as such, probably, as Dr. Pai said, where we also watering Shivalinga, with water, especially here when we have water, as well as with bay leaves, because bay leaves is for Mercury, leaves, Mercury, right. Green color. And water, because Rahu is water, Abhishekam, especially to Shivlinga, because 12th house, completely water. So just adding to what Dr. Pai mentioned about Shivlinga Puja can be done. And I will say probably watching your feet and your abdominal region, especially for Aries ascendant. I think with that you will treat most of the problem that Rahu and Ketu will cause you. And that can be a remedy in itself, probably. Proper exercise and food,
True,
can be proper exercise will come from proper discipline. I think that's what Rahu-Ketu I feel teaches you to be disciplined, which I have not yet learned. So I should not say more, probably.
Just
Yeah,
another
great.
point, Sandeep, when he was
Yeah.
talking about the sixth house of Virgo for Aries, I would also say for Aries, please include some probiotics in, because you have to
Yeah.
take care of the health of the gut. The gut health is including like chas or buttermilk in your diet can help you with your the good healthy bacteria which is there in these probiotics, which is called as bacillus bacteria, which is good for your digestion and removing the gastrointestinal problems you might have. So that might be another tip I would give for Aries because of the Ketu going through the sixth house.
Right.
And
that's great.
one more thing, just for those Aries people who have children, it might also be very much advisable because of Ketu's transit there. Go for some deworming program for your children who are below the certain age, because Ketu is the worms which might be there. And because some small young children always eat something which is fallen on the ground, or if it is, and their digestive system is not so great. So for adults, once a year, if you have a complete deworming, that might be a good thing to do.
No, that's great, Dr. Pai. So a couple of two remedies I would like to add is one is, I mean, if you have a child, making a child chant the Ganapati mantra is a very good solution. Ketu will be in the second house of the child mantra chanting speech actually. So that is great. Second thing I would recommend is Ganesha again on a routine basis. So serving Ganesha. So like giving, even if you are unable to chant mantras or Ganesha, like simple Om Gam Ganpati Nama mantra or something like that, or even if you are unable to do it, at least give Ganesha banana kind of thing on a regular basis. Easiest way to do that is something I would encourage that. Second thing is Rahu in 12th house, doing some charity, especially donating Rahu kind of items. So like electronics or something, or even black gram is what they say for Rahu, if I'm mistaken. So feeding that to the birds, feeding that to the fishes also as a remedy, I would encourage that. That will be a simple, practical thing. Now we'll get to Taurus Lagna. For
Just
Taurus,
one more thing,
Sure, yeah.
but you are talking about that. What came to my mind is for Aries, because Ketu is transiting the sixth, also feed the street dogs if you can.
Yeah,
That might
that's
also
great.
be a very good remedy. And I am only remembering a remedy which Sandeep gave us in some previous video. Because Ketu is transiting your sixth house of your debt also, keep on Wednesdays, 1.5 rupees or something to God, Lord Ganapati, and then collect them and then take it to any Ganapati temple, and you can put it in the hundi, which means you're making Ganapati and helping Ganapati repay off your debt. So you make it a practice either on Tuesdays, Mangalwar, which is Tuesdays, or Wednesdays. You can start help asking help from Lord Ganapati to repay your debts.
Yeah, no, that's a great. Even I forgot about it, but it's great. Thank you, Dr. Pai, for reminding. Yeah, so that is great. So Rahu and 12th house also, donation of coconuts also a remedy. Donation of coconuts, not to break the coconut, but you can also break the coconut for Ganesha also. But definitely donation of coconuts also something I can encourage. Now, for Taurus Ascendant, Rahu will be in the 11th house, Ketu will be in the 5th house. So Rahu in the 11th house is an excellent time period for financial gains, the promotion you're waiting, improvement in network circle and so forth. In general, that can be said. Wealth gains is usually predicted with Rahu in the 11th house transit. Ketu in the 5th house can indicate challenges with children though. So your child might be facing some past life karmas right now. Is one thing that could happen with Ketu transiting through Virgo. So child might not feel like studying and so forth. Now that is one thing, because Virgo is a sign of exams actually. So the children will be, there can be some interruptions in exams. So like already COVID had an interruption with exams and so forth. So those kind of consequences could similarly play out. The other thing with Ketu in fifth house also for Taurus ascendant is that usually this is not a great time period for stocks. So you have to be very cautious of investments and so forth. So especially investments you are taking in impulsive investments, headless investments, less research investments and so forth will definitely have problems. However, excellent time period for spiritual practices because fifth house also house of mantra chanting. So usually if you have if you did used to do like mantras like Gayatri mantra and all that in the past, this is an excellent time period to do get back into the Gayatri mantra routine and so forth. 11th house is also the house of desires actually. So Rahu in the 11th house sometimes can amplify your desires further. Now, of course, getting a first promotion is fine. To become the next promotion is what people follow eventually. So that amplification of desires, you have to be cautious also. So it is also happening in Pisces, which is a natural 12th house of zodiac. So like spending money to get your desires is not great also. So just watch out for shopping expenses here also with this placement. However, excellent time period to get to be open to new kinds of community, attend gatherings, conferences is great. Some conference karma could happen. Usually, I think the Kumbh Mela will happen next year and all that. So all that is also great to attend if you have been planning to attend and so forth. All that is great. One last thing for Taurus ascendant is that also which the point which Aditya mentioned about digestion is very important here in my opinion, because Taurus is a natural second house of food kind of thing also. So they might have to be cautious in general because Venus is also there. Dr. Pai also mentioned now Aries ascendant had problem with female, but I think Taurus ascendant will get gains from females in general because Venus is exaltant, Pisces also. So that kind of thing can also happen. Now over to you, Aditya.
Yeah, thank you, Sandeep. I feel for Taurus ascendant just by looking at the chart, when you have Rahu is in the 11th house, Ketu is in the 5th house. You see where the Saturn is. Saturn is also a Yoga Karaka planet sitting in the 10th house. Okay, so 10th house Saturn. Rahu in 11th, giving some recognition to large organization and all those things. And then our Mr. friend Jupiter comes after May and aspects the 9th house. 9th house is what? Loss of job. 9th house, 10th, 12th from the 10th. Saturn is sitting in the 10th house. Rahu is in the 11th house. All these things, when you combine to, it looks like some major job change or job opportunity, something like that can be very strongly connected with all the three. Like everything is supporting one after the other, Saturn in the 10th, Jupiter aspect in the 9th, which makes some old job loss. Saturn will make you to work. And then Rahu is in the 11th, which will give you some extra other job probably. So something like a job related theme can happen. And the other thing, yes, of course, which you pointed out, and I will also point out is the children thing, because Ketu comes in the 5th and the Rahu is in the 11th house. So Ketu in the 5th, and Jupiter will also be aspecting the Ketu after May, as I said before. So something related to children karma, child karma can happen, Pitru karmas especially, because Rahu Ketu now is in the 5th and the 11th axis. So this is a time when you're doing some Pitru karmas to be, especially some Nagbali puja or whatever you have, some Pitru related karmas, you can do it. Watching out for children thing, that's thing. And more or less, I see, very importantly, I see something related to job change or something related to new avenues, probably going to some new conferences, new connections. All those things can be clearly seen. And if Rahu, Ketu and all are favorable, Dasha is favorable and everything is working good, you may also find some good opportunities, probably. Looks like that. So watch out for events after May 2024 and the things may turn. If you are looking that, make your resumes, CVs, prepare for the change probably. Good time. Of course, it's not that everyone is going to have that. Of course, Dasha and everything has to support, but Gochar transit is giving some inclination towards that. Especially for stock exchanges and all, be little cautious. Of course, the Rahu Ketu is good, fine. You may excel, but sometimes why to take a risk or take calculated risk too. And especially job related themes and all. Because Saturn is also in the 10th house, making which will have some something related to, or maybe more work or something. Don't get bogged down with too much work. Watch out for health too. If you are a little bit more aged, probably more than 50 or something, Jupiter coming into your health house, first house, And then Ketu coming into the 5th house, especially heart-related issues and all. So watch out for those too. I'm not saying that most of you will get heart attack and will land into hospitals, but possibility of having some heart-related ailments and all. And you just look for that. So those things.
Dr. Pai, go ahead.
Yeah, my focus for Taurus people would be on their education, or they might be changing tracks, or they might be shifting from one field to another. So there might be a lot of activities that might be happening around the education sector. Also, there might be self-doubt about how to prioritize your day and your activities. That might also be there. Besides, as I think Sandeep and Aditya both have added, something to do with the children will definitely play a big role, your own children. Also, I think this is a time period when you can start with the practice of a new cycle of mandalas of mantras. Mantra sadhanas will be very effective. And also something to do with people coming from your past. And those people also have to watch out for where you feel sometimes a relationship probably is toxic and you need to let go of that relationship. Maybe Ketu will help you to put an end, a full stop, and you have to start with a new chapter. So romance, relationships, love, mantras, people who have connections with your past life, and also with your education. So these would be the key things that I feel will be highlight for the Ketu. Of course, for Rahu side of things, for Taurus, I would say be very careful about how you make your money. Sometimes you can receive money through your network, your friends, and other things, but beware, because we have talked about it. For Aries, we said there could be problems because of women. Here, you could gain because of women also, but there can be some elements of manipulation which might be there. Sometimes everything looks perfect in the face value, but you don't know what is happening behind, isn't it? So that Rahu is always a little bit of a manipulator. It could also be a thief. While you are earning a lot, maybe there is a pilferage you are not paying attention to. And that pilferage might be quite significant because you might be not looking at your bank accounts and you see probably some money is trickling out, but you don't even know. Okay. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to pay off your debts for these people. If you're making more money and you have racked up your debt, maybe use some of that money to pay off your debts. Okay. So I think that is my view for Taurus.
Any remedies, Dr. Pai, for Taurus ascendant in particular?
I think for Taurus, in my view, be very clear with your communication, because Mercury, see, Ketu is going over a sign where Mercury gets exalted. Have clarity over your communication. That's very, very important. At least you communicate through emails, through messages, or through your WhatsApp, whatever you're doing, your social media interactions should be having more clarity, including in your love life. I think you have to maintain clarity in the thought processes. You have to express yourself, because Ketu is sometimes very detached. Sometimes you want to say something, but your Ketu will make you detached. So that is, and mantras, I would say definitely mantras, especially I would say if there is any you are getting initiated into any Buddhist mantras, that might be very good. Ketu represents the Buddhist traditions, so maybe learning a new mantra in a different language like Buddhism might be something great. That might be a good remedy for you guys.
Any remedies, Aditya, for Taurus ascendant?
For Taurus ascendant, especially with Rahu-Ketu, yeah, we can talk, but for Saturn also, maybe I'll just get a mixture of all those. Since I said job theme is very important and Saturn is sitting in the 10th house, Saturn is what making delays and all, So respecting time in your job, that can be a, I should not say that every time I land into class, every time late. I know. Okay. Respecting time has to be. Sorry, I suddenly remembered many things. Focus on that. And since when you have, because Rahu is also in the 11th house of paying, the 11th house is what? Your friends, colleagues, collaborators, and all. Watch out for them too, and then take whose advice you have to take, and all those things can be there. So, yes, make a, of course, Saturn, Rahu, both Kal Bhairav Puja, especially can be Kal Bhairav works both good for, Saturn as well as for Rahu. Saturn is in the 10th and Rahu is in the 11th, probably worshipping Kal Bhairav, especially some Kal Bhairav temple can be very profitable or very, very useful or very beneficial for natives.
Okay, great. So thank you, Aditya. So the couple simple remedies I also would like to add for Taurus ascendant. Definitely be, as Dr. Pai said, be clear about communication. So don't make any mistake while communicating. Say you're a lover, you're calling your lover by another name. Everything is going wrong. So that kind of thing can happen because Ketu is in Mercury sign. So just watch out for that. The other thing also with emails and so forth, also be clear about not writing in the wrong name kind of thing, or you're sending the bad email, you're cursing your boss at your colleague with your colleague, but a joke is sent to the CEO or whatnot, right? That kind of thing. So watch out for those kind of problems. So make sure that is not happening. The other thing, additional thing I can encourage any kind of group activity in terms of volunteering thing, I can encourage that with Rahu in the 11th house. So any kind of group volunteering activity, that is very great. Anything for pets also, giving Dr. Pai mentioned pets. So any kind of donation towards pets, especially dogs also, I can emphasize here further. Usually with any donation towards children also, I can encourage that. So orphanages, children, you have a niece and so forth, or nephew or something, donation towards them, or neighbors' kids also, young balaks and so forth also, I can encourage here in general. Also, one thing I want to add also, that not to make sure you're taking some people take loan to make an investment. This might not be a good time to do that kind of risky moves. So just watch out for that also. Now, for Gemini ascendant, Rahu will be transiting through the 10th.
Satyam, I just, sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say a funny incident which I was reading about ever since that Ketu has gone, and which probably reminded me. There was a divorce which happened. I was reading in the newspaper, which means online, that a divorce has happened because the wife found how the husband has saved her name in his phone. I believe he had saved her name as Rakshasi. And when she really, he was in the toilet when she tried calling on her husband's phone, she could see her own name as Rakshasi calling. So I think they went for a divorce because of that. So I'm saying, be very careful. Don't put these names because, if something can go wrong in the 5th house for Taurus, then it could be even a small thing like this can lead to. So that's something that I just remembered. So it was very funny, but not so funny for that person who probably went through that.
Yeah, definitely watch out for those kind of mistakes for sure. Now, for Gemini ascendant, Rahu will be in the 10th house of career and Ketu will be in the 4th house of home. So usually Ketu in the 4th house from home can separate you from family. This could be either temporarily for work, or this could even be like planning for a long-term settlement abroad or something like that. Going to foreign lands kind of karma can also happen with this transit. Ketu in the 4th house can also mean there might be change in the residence kind of thing also this year. So like if you're staying in a particular apartment, you might change it to a different apartment or a different place, or even move to a different new home kind of thing completely also. That can also happen. Rahu in the 10th house can definitely mean that you will attain more prominence in your career, your workplace. More visibility can happen at your workplace for sure. That can definitely happen. Rahu in the 10th house can also make you want more from your job. So just watch out that you're not going overboard with that, desires of Rahu and all that. That's also one more aspect. Rahu can give you fame in the 10th house. Your name might be circulated in the email chain or whatnot. Things like that could happen with Rahu in the 10th house. And the thing with, it's funny, the moment I'm talking about Rahu, I'm seeing cats cross my, front door or whatnot. But the other thing with Rahu is also in the 10th house, something to watch out for is to definitely, Rahu in the 10th house can also take you to foreign lands for work. That kind of karma can also happen. Definitely 10th house Rahu can also make you open to more social media kind of thing, enrolled at work, being more open to promoting yourself in your social networks and social media kind of thing can also happen. Definitely, Rahu in the 10th house can also finally make you focus on what kind of work you want to do during this time period also. Could be that there was a trend where many companies were allowing remote job and remote working right now. Ketu in the 10th house, Ketu is transiting to the 4th house, but Virgo, the natural 6th house zodiac, you are having to come back to work. Now you're like, I don't like this job anymore. Those kind of problems can also happen during this time period. Anyway, over to you, Aditya.
As you said, yeah, I do see, especially for Gemini Lagna is Rahu is in 10th and Ketu is in the 4th. Something related to home and job environment, definitely a stir in those areas of life. And again, note what happened. Saturn has gone into the 9th house. 9th house is what? Higher officials, higher boss, Saturn is going there. Saturn is like what? Strict teacher. Boss is going to give you a lot of pain, probably. And then, because of that, what is going to happen? Rahu is going to be in the house of job. Okay, boss not good. Job affection, problems in job can be possibility. So that can be there, of course. So something related to job and all you may be, and if job is changing, when you are getting job somewhere else, you have to leave that house, go to somewhere else. Ketu has done its job probably. So home and job related and thing change can happen, as Sandeep mentioned. And note what's happening in Deer. Jupiter is going from the 11th to the 12th house, from Aries to Taurus. Okay. And Saturn in 9th, Jupiter in 12th. Okay. So, of course, I know this is a Rahu-Ketu video and I'm making it to go towards Jupiter and Saturn, but that's okay. Overall, we can see something like a meditation and all those things can be possible. Travel, again, travel comes into a picture, can prominently seen, especially for meditation, spirituality and all. Good time for that. But watch out for your mother's health too. Ketu is in the 4th. So look into that too. Document related, because Ketu, of course, document, and home related documents, vehicle related documents, all those home, land, property, real estate, those problems can come up. And especially Ketu, when it is in Uttara Falguni, documents, you can see about documents and especially related to 4th house themes such as home, vehicle, car. Something related to that, some delays can happen because in those areas of life. So watch out for those events, I will say. So again, little bit job related up and down. I'm seeing it. Problems can come from higher official. They will be pressing you for more jobs, maybe something like that. Because of that, you are getting hard pressed for that. But so Rahu and Saturn both can play their games in that way. And Ketu on the other side will give issues related to home, land, property, real estate, documentation work on those. Look for those, and meditation and spirituality related themes from Jupiter and Saturn's position can be seen.
Great, Aditya. Over to you now, Dr. Pai.
Yeah, I think you've fairly covered every point. I think a detachment from home and peace of mind will be lost because it's the 4th house, is Sukha Bhava. Ketu is going through that. Peace of mind could be because of anything, because it could be because of ill health towards your mother, or no peace of mind at home because of things that are happening. These can be broadly. And of course, as you said, Sandeep, travel due to work, Rahu in the 10th. Some scandal that can come up also. Rahu is scandalous at the work environment. Don't get into any kind of affairs with the people or women in your workplace. For men, Gemini, be careful, because that Rahu can really. And as Aditya has already mentioned, it's all about your documentation related to properties, vehicles. All of these would be the primary thing.
Any remedies, Dr. Pai?
My remedies for them would be for doing some voluntary work related to oceans, which means like Ganga, river, also, see, this is something that I also feel that Rahu, when it comes into Pisces, we think about sea creatures and animals. There is a lot of pollution that is happening in the oceans because of plastic going inside, waste going into the oceans, and these animals are dying because of that. It could be, so maybe there might be more awareness that you can probably create for the benefit of these people. And also, I feel Rahu in the Pisces sign would also mean dolphins and whales. There might be something about them. Their numbers are depleting by the day because of the climate change, pollution in the waters and things. So maybe that might be something these people can work for the betterment of them.
Okay, great, Dr. Pai. Aditya, any remedies for Gemini Ascendant?
Something related to, Rahu. See, Rahu is already entered into Revati. Revati is what? The boatman, we know, right? And later it will go to Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Both are connected with sea and all. So Rahu in the 10th house. Maybe some service putting a boat, maybe, boat business or something. And road, what Saturn is doing, Saturn is in Satabisha. Satabisha, we know, again, who is the lord of Satabisha, Varuna, sea god. Again, Saturn, Rahu, both are coming related to some sea god, something related to sea and all. Maybe, and Saturn is in 9th house and Rahu is in the 10th house. Maybe something related to work, related to ocean or something can also be possible for this Gemini people. But as a remedy, you can say, probably again, I will strongly emphasize Shiva Puja and water puja, and maybe at least go to maybe some ocean drive or something like that, which can really feel you rejuvenated and all. Okay, maybe the best will be for these people will be having some meditation and all near an ocean. In that way, Jupiter 12th house, that also got satisfied. Rahu, Revati, that also got satisfied, and Saturn it's also you make everyone happy. So something like that. If you get an opportunity to go to some meditation or spirituality related thing, an event which is very closely associated with the beach area or the sea beach area, can be very good for them. So that can be a remedy in itself and rejuvenation for them, and also for health and for their growth probably. So find something like that maybe in the summer months.
Yeah, no, that's great, Aditya. Thank you for that. So definitely with Pisces having a Rahu remedy, I can one remedy that definitely motion-based.
Just maybe because Dr. Pai mentioned a few minutes back, Rameshwaram.
Yeah.
Ideal for everything, sea is also there, meditation is also there. It's satisfied.
So definitely meditation by an ocean, meditation by a river, all that is great, without doubt. Now, one thing.
Again, I'm interrupting. It just reminded me. We were talking about Rahu in 12,000 meditation spirituality. You know what's happening in India in the month of January?
What?
Ayodhya, the temple inauguration.
Oh yeah, really? Okay, nice.
Yeah, Ayodhya, the temple inauguration is in. Many of my friends are going from here. They are planning like we will go in January. Some one or two guys are really much into everyone there. So they plan tickets. Just now I was saying mid January. I think it is 22 or 24. I don't remember some one of the days.
Okay. Yeah.
So already Rahu is showing effects of in the 12th house.
Sure.
Anyway, sorry, Sandeep.
Yeah, no, that's interesting actually. Interesting for sure. Yeah, of course, temple visits and so forth. So one thing I want to tally on to what Aditya was telling was that Aditya mentioned Vishnu temple visit, like Lord Ram's temple visit is what he mentioned. So Pisces is the sign linked with Vishnu also. So visiting any Vishnu temples, especially also, I can encourage. So like Tirupati Balaji, Guruvayur in Kerala and all that, those kind of places I can definitely encourage. Any Vishnu temples, Vrindavan or something in the north and all that, definitely I would encourage those kind of places. Usually Rahu is also linked with agarbatti or smoke actually. So donating smoke or agarbatti or good smoke as it's called. So meditating to smoke in your own home is a very good starting point. Then donate these incense to the gods and goddesses. Usually one thing I would encourage here, especially with Rahu and Ketu in 4th and axis, to the simple act of Rahu is also the Sandhya time. So lighting the diya at the Sandhya time is also very powerful remedy. Just lighting diya exactly around the sunrise sunset time period, that will also help out. Now we'll go to Cancer Ascendant. Cancer Ascendant is having Rahu in the 9th house and Ketu in the 3rd house. So Ketu is in the 3rd house of traveling, hobbies, neighbors, friends, younger siblings. Some younger sibling could go through a big transformation right now. You might potentially have a conflict with your neighbor right now. Definitely your uncles and aunts, which is also Mercury, might have some communication kind of thing going on right now. So separation kind of thing can happen with these natives. So watch out for that. Rahu is in 9th house of foreign land. So definitely being open to spirituality. Father is also linked with 9th house of Pisces. So definitely father's health would have to require more precaution. Now, this could quite simply mean father is also coming across new energies. Your father is finally learning to work with a mobile phone or something like that, right? So that kind of thing could also be easily be happening. Rahu in the 9th house also excellent opportunity to start any kind of spiritual activities, any kind of courses, higher education, excellent time period to plan for any kind of foreign land travel, especially traveling to foreign land and studying. That's also all that kind of activity can also be recommended. Definitely 9th house is also the house of Guru. So some kind of big pilgrimage and finding a guru or attending a retreat of a guru and all that can also happen very strongly for Cancer natives. I would also say that 3rd house and 9th house is also the axis of spirituality and communication kind of thing. So understanding your philosophy and communicating it clearly. So recognizing what is driving you, what is motivating you in life is also a big theme for Cancer ascendant. So for some natives, that kind of question is money, everything. I am at the top of my corporate career. Now what do I do? Right. That kind of aspect can also happen for Cancer ascendant natives and communicating that clearly. So recognizing that, okay, you know what, this is not motivating me enough. This money is not motivational enough. If I'm ruining my health, all that kind of aspect, they'll have to be mindful of here also. Over to you now, Aditya.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Sandeep. I feel what you said makes sense. More or less, Rahu in the 9th, Ketu in the 3rd. Writing and publications can be important. Jupiter is already going in the it's in the 10th house right now for them and will going in the 11th house. And note, where is Saturn sitting? Saturn is sitting in the 8th house. 8th house is for research. 9th house is for publication. 3rd house is for writing. Jupiter is already there in the 10th house, going in the 11th house for conference. If you make, it's like a research world for us, going to conference and publishing and research activities. And so writing and communication theme is very strongly present for the Cancerian natives here. Good for, it's a time, for example, if you've done a lot of work and probably if you want to go and present your research to some conferences and all, you can be, I think it will be very useful if you do it after May 2024, because Jupiter is in the 11th, that can give you, some acquaintances and all those things. That's one thing. Good for publication, writing, research, conferences, and all those things. The other thing, of course, Rahu is in the 9th. 9th is also for religion, philosophy, meditation, and probably Jupiter is also going from 10th and 11th, depending upon what time frame you take. Will also give something about knowing about your religion and all those things. Religion and something learning about occult, because Saturn is there supporting from the 8th house too. Interest in religion, some sudden interest in learning, philosophy, those things can also come up. Maybe completely different philosophy because Rahu is in the 9th. So that can be a possible theme. So sudden events, maybe transformation can be brought up from Saturn too. So some transformation, maybe related to job, can also happen. Because remember, Saturn is in the 8th, observing the 10th house from its 3rd aspect. And Rahu is already sitting there in the 9th house, which is nothing but the 12th from the 10th. So again, I see something like related to job-related things can be a stir there. Plus, Jupiter is going from 10 to 11, knowing acquaintances and all, going in some, having collaborations and all. Again, looks like some stir in job could be a possible theme too for Cancerian natives. But all other points which you have said. So something related to writing, publication, knowing many people, changing a job stir can happen, and sudden transformation period as a summing up my points. That could be possible.
Great, Arjun. Thank you for that. Over to you now, Dr. Pai.
For Cancer people, I would want to say, I think all those themes that you already mentioned, there could be some displacement that can come. They might feel that they have to move from one place to another or from one house to another. Communication is definitely guaranteed for those people. There's some challenges with communication might be there. And something about their neighborhood. Because Ketu, when it is transiting through the third house, something in their neighborhood can also be a challenge there. Maybe you will pick up a fight with your neighbor over something. That can also happen. Then I feel overseas travel is definitely a big possibility. And because it is the ninth house where Rahu would be transiting, and where we always say Venus is there. So maybe because of marriage also, some people get married and will travel abroad because of that marriage. It's very possible. People can go for higher education to foreign lands. People might be interested more in going and doing anything with related to fine arts, maybe going and joining acting school or something like that. Higher education away from your place of birth might also be possible. And one final thing I would say, these people will benefit if they want to maintain a journal. Maybe that is the remedy, I would say. Maintain a diary or a journal that you will be, because that is where introspection, and also likita japa, which means written. You can write japa by, that might be very effective if you want to do that, because of the third house influence. And Mercury also, where Virgo is where Mercury gets exalted. So mercurial work, even translation of work as well. If you're translating from one language, like from Telugu, if you want to translate it into English, or from Sanskrit to any other languages, maybe that is good translation work.
Yeah, no, that's great, Dr. Pai. Aditya, any remedies you would like to add for Cancer ascendants?
Cancer ascendant, Rahu, especially in the ninth house, Rahu ninth house means respect for father, maybe respect for your bosses, that good relationship with them probably. Can be a remedy in itself, especially taking care of your, especially the ninth house means the thigh region and all those things. Maybe taking care of those can be a remedy in itself. At the same time, we'll also say that because Ketu is in the third house is also your neck region and all, ENT, ear, nose, throat, and the neck region probably. So take care if you have any problems there. Pay attention to it, because what is that? See that the sixth sign, which is the Virgo sign, is falling there, and Ketu is also falling there, probably in the third house. So probably you need to watch out for your region, or the neck region, or the shoulder region. Maybe disjoint, shoulder joint problems can be happening there. Probably, who knows? So watch out for especially when Jupiter is in the Taurus and then aspecting Ketu. Jupiter is heavy, something like heavy object, or maybe carrying heavy objects can cause some problems here. So the possibility of that, watch out for those. And don't get unnecessary disputes with your higher bosses, especially when Rahu is in Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra. We know Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra is the duality principle. So boss may be something else, showing off something else, or maybe talking good of you, but at the back doing some backstabbing, or opposite, So those themes, watch out for those and take proper precautions and take proper care accordingly, so that your life goes smooth.
No, that's great, Aditya. So let's see. So for simple remedies for Ketu in third house, I would definitely encourage to Likra Japa, which Dr. Pai mentioned, is great. Especially names of Ganesha, names of Durga. I would encourage those Likra Japa for sure. But any kind of Likra Japa is very good for Cancer natives in general. With Ketu in the third house also, I would encourage to get like a daga from a temple or something, So if you have a temple, get some once a month daga kind of thing. If you can get that, is a very good thing in Ketu in the third house. Definitely, if your mobile phone screen is broken or something, make sure you're fixing that kind of thing. I can really encourage that. So that's a simple Taurus communication device kind of thing also. I would also encourage that. Also, usually with third house also, they recommend to, Ketu will be in the sign of Virgo also. So meditating in mudras is one thing I would encourage for Cancernators, like use certain mudras to bring certain calm down the energies, because Ketu is in third house of hands as well. So meditating in mudras will be a very good thing also I would encourage. Now we go to Leo Ascendant. So Leo Ascendant, good, yeah.
So the sign was, I was just looking my phone, and then there was this one guy who was doing like exercise, leg day workout, with thigh workout, leg day workout. We were just talking about that. I don't know what omen. Maybe.
Yeah. So definitely more make sure you're working out your legs and your arms and all that, right? Similar to that, yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Make sure you're having your arm day and all that for sure. Yeah.
Yes, at Rahu in the 9th, correct? So yeah. Jupiter in the 10th. So 9th leg. Heavy planets there.
Right. So now we go to Leo Ascendant. Leo Ascendant will have Rahu in the 8th house and Ketu in the 2nd house. So Leo Ascendant might be having 8th house kind of karma, in which 8th house is the house of occult, or 8th house is also the house of sudden transformation. So this is a very powerful time period for spiritual practices actually. So like any kind of spiritual practices you pick up right now will actually have very powerful effects. Rahu is also a planet that can bring a lot of new changes also in 8th house. 8th house also change. So change could also be change in job. Usually we talked a lot about that. 8th house can also be the change in some other aspects also. Need not be just job. Can be change in the way you're doing things. Can be change in self-transformation kind of change could also happen. With Rahu in the 8th house. Rahu might force the change to happen, is what they say usually, with Rahu being there in the 8th house. So powerful time period to go through any kind of transformation. So Aditya was talking about working out in gym. So if you feel like you are weak, you want to build strength, powerful time period for that. That's something I can really encourage. 8th house is also the house of inheritance. So sometimes clearing out inheritance kind of karmas could also happen. Or at least making sure the documents are in order, because Mercury will be activated and all that. Ketu is the 2nd house of money, so the money will be hit, is what they say, with Ketu in the 2nd house. So your savings will be hit. So that kind of thing you'll have to watch out. But at the same time, one very good remedy, as I mentioned, I'll just say this thing quickly, because Ganesha is in the Ketu in the 2nd house of food. So getting Ganesha food, which I mentioned before, is a very good remedy in this regard. 2nd house is also the 2nd house is having Ketu there. So usually these natives are more likely to get money from loans this year because of Virgo and all that. However, Ketu being there in the 2nd house, the 2nd house is also the house of face and all that. So usually one important thing also I would encourage is to make sure you're not trying out food that you never tried before and all that during this time period. So food poisoning kind of effect is what they say. Food that, especially processed food and all that, you're trying a lot. That kind of thing, something to watch out for with Ketu in the 2nd house. Usually, 2nd house is also the house of financial knowledge. So this is also important house in terms of opening yourself up to new ways of making money. Ketu in the 2nd house can also mean that you're making new money in which your face is not visible also. If that makes sense. So that could mean that either you hire someone else to do the job, you're running a business, you have a manager to run the business, you have a restaurant, you hired a restaurant manager, things like that. So that potential for that could also happen. 2nd house is also the house of family actually. So reconnecting with the old family members kind of karma can also happen, because it's happening also in Virgo, the sign of maternal uncles and aunts also. So that kind of karma can also happen here. Usually the 4th house is linked with school, but Mercury is your college friends and your teenage friends and all that. So you might reconnect with old friends, have old alumni kind of thing and all that, right? So that kind of thing might also happen during this time period. Over to you now, Aditya.
Yeah, so for the Leo Lagna or Leo Rashi, you can say that see what's happening. Saturn is in the Aquarius, so it is 7th from Leo. Rahu, our friend, is now 12th from Leo. 8th from Leo in the 12th sign. And then you have Jupiter. Right now it is in the 9th house from Leo, which will eventually go into the 10th house after May. 7th house, 8th house, 9th house. See what a common picture comes up. Something related to in-laws, wife, problems there probably. So watch out for those. Problems related to wife and in-laws could be a possible theme. So probably that, watch out if you have, of course, if you don't have in-laws and all, no worries. But if you have, watch out for those themes. Maybe Saturn in the 7th may be causing some stir, especially with your partner, and maybe she may go and complain it to your in-laws, and then you have a problem there. And Rahu is known to, Samudra Manthan can happen with in-laws for Leo natives. Okay, anyway, so what we could do right now is, and then Ketu also, Rahu is in the 8th, Ketu is in the 2nd house. Some financial problems can also be seen because Rahu is in the 8th and Ketu is in the 2nd house. Ketu, always separates you. So managing your income and expenses, something need to be watched out. Other thing is, maybe you can earn some money through some occult ways or Jyotisha ways or something like teaching astrology, and all those things can be a possible theme too. No, Jupiter right now is in the 9th house and will go in the 10th house. So Jupiter is what teacher and all. So it's a very good time, especially for teaching and earning money through occult or through knowledge such as religion, meditation, philosophy, astrology, something like that, especially for Leo natives. And Leo natives are prone to teach and all those things, because fifth house is what? Karma with children, karma with students, karma with your subordinates, all those things. So it's a good time for teaching, learning, and all, and also for something like unwanted expense can create some problems in their life, and watching out for with their partners, maintaining a stability, thing with the partner and with the in-laws, so that the matter does not escalate and then create troubles in you. The other point which you said, which I also support, maybe Ketu is in the 2nd house, so separation from family is possible, or meeting with the family, maybe getting connected with them can also be there. Jupiter, when it goes in the 10th house, of course, good opportunities in job related opportunities and all. Okay. And note, Saturn will be sitting in the 7th house, will be aspecting the 9th house through his third aspect also. So that also is giving some 9th house, we know, is for meditation, religion, philosophy, higher education, and all those things. So especially if you're a higher education looking for those things, it's good. Again, this is also important. This combination also important for learning, higher education, and for research purpose too. So maybe just as we mentioned for Cancer, even this is like supporting those themes. So that if you're into research and all, it will be good for you. Maybe a lot of upcoming papers can come out probably, or you will do good in some teaching activities or research activities and all. Okay. And sometimes Rahu in the 8th probably can also trigger some sudden events, transformation, things like that. So watch out for your health too. 8th house is for, I'm not saying you will die, not a death house, but of course it's a death house, but it's not that everyone is going to die of all Leo ascendants or Leo natives. But watch out for your health conditions, maybe. That's also there. And because of health conditions, probably, but Saturn is in the 7th, aspecting the 1st house, aspecting the Lagna, aspecting the physical body. And Rahu is in the 8th, and Ketu is also in the 2nd. Ketu will, the 2nd is what? It will make you to shell out money. And Rahu is basically ill health and all those things. And Saturn is giving extra boost to it. So watch out for your health too. So watch out for your health. Careful with your partner and in-laws. Engage in some teaching activities, especially occult related and all those things. Good time for research and going for job and all the other things too, because Jupiter is there. So research activities and all.
Great. Thank you, Aditya. Over to you now, Dr. Pai.
Okay, just to summarize whatever you have already said, transitional phase for all of them because of the eighth Rahu for the Leo Rashi people. It's also radical changes can be seen. Things that you're trying to hide might come out because Rahu always reveals. Sometimes it can bring out what is hidden. Some secrets that might be there might also be, spilling out. Then I feel there are themes of inheritance that can also be there. People wanting to learn occult or any kind of divination sciences like tarot and other things might suddenly you will see people wanting to learn these. Then I also feel areas of research, there might be a lot of research in medical research can also happen. You might see cure, which might be coming for some incurable diseases as well, because Rahu is a great researcher and wants to solve many of the health related problems. Then I feel, for the other theme, I would say you should, Ketu should not hold things, because otherwise there I'm seeing that in the second house it could be the house of family disputes, finances. So these are definitely things you should be more focused on, being Ketu being in the second house, and something to do with the face, because second house is also the face, right? So Ketu is something which can create a scar. Maybe there is an acne problem which leaves a scar on your face because of this, or anything. Skin related problems can be there because Ketu, Mercury is nervous system, and Mercury is also the skin. So, Ketu going in through the second house, some skin related problems like eczema or other things can also happen. Now, some remedies, what I would say the two best remedies for Leo Rashi is fasting on specific days, like even Ekadashi fasting you can do. Then you can perform Pradosh Vrat as well, which is very, very good for them. And Mauna Vrata, if there is something that you can actually one day or a few hours in a particular day of the week, if you can be quiet inside and look for more internalization of your spirituality and reading books also, like second house is speech and talking. So why can't you read like Harivamsh Puran or read Ganesha Tarva Shirsha, reading out, which is allowed. Maybe that might be a good remedy for this Leo Rashi people. Over to you, Sandeep.
Yeah, great. A great remedy, Dr. Pai. Now, Aditya, go ahead. Do you have any additional remedies for Leonidas?
Especially looking at the chart, be good with your wife.
Right, yeah.
I think that will solve most of wife or husband, whatever, accordingly.
Yeah.
You are good with a partner, that will solve most of your remedies, especially for Leo natives.
Right.
You see Saturn in 7th and Rahu in 8th, and also, make her happy and make your in-laws happy and have a cordial relationship with them, and then you could sail for the next 1.5 year probably. Apart from that, of course, one should be doing that. But at the same time, I will say that, of course, being good with your partners and in-laws, especially, maybe provide them some gifts and all those things. And especially Dr. Pai, I will also strongly recommend have some day of fast. These days people don't die of hunger, people die of overeating. That's what, because everything is poison, first of all. At least if you eat less poison will go, and probably that will lengthen your life. It was gone are the days when they used to say eat well, eat more, you live longer. Now the mantra is eat less and you live longer. So Ketu is always separation. So maybe if you do that, separation from, and Ketu is traveling your second house. So maybe if you cut off from the second house themes, automatically you're directing that energy to the, if you're not eating or fasting, maybe on Tuesday, especially, Ketu's day, Tuesday. That can be a good theme in itself. For that, I will say, good with your partner, in-laws, have some control over, manage your expenses. That's not a remedy as well, but I'm just saying that can be helpful.
Right.
Maun Vrat is good. or at least stop eating for half a day if you can't do for a full day, sunrise to sunset, maybe something like that.
Right. So I'll definitely so Mangarat is really, really good. So I cannot emphasize that enough. Along with that, fasting also I want to add that I mean the benefits of fasting is great. But however, even if you are able to just cut out sugar kind of thing, that is also great. So you are the tea which you normally drink, cut out at least sugar. So fasting as is possible. I can encourage that. Cut out pastries and all that whenever you can. All that also. So of course, it's not a weight loss tip, but definitely this is something that will be beneficial for you.
I already cut off my dinner time today, so I think Ketu is
Right.
giving blessings.
Right. So that's great. One suggestion I can really say in terms of Ketu in second house and Ganesha getting food to eat, as it's called. So if you start studying homas and all that, doing homas yourself. Nowadays, there is a big homa movement happening. PR Narasimha Rao's website is there. You can download homa manuals and you can actually do you can do that actually. So in the sense that you can buy a Homa kit, you can buy a small Homa thing, Havan Kund and all that, and then start giving food to Ganesha. It's one of the best things you can, as a remedy as I can encourage. That will also activate Rahu in the 8th house. So you're offering coconut to Ganesha, you're offering coconut to that Homa fire and all that. That's the best remedy I can encourage. Now, a lot of people are doing that actually. So getting into that, slowly doing that, even once a week, just doing it on a Sunday or a Tuesday or a Saturday even, that also I can encourage right now. That's a very great remedy for Leonators, especially because they have fire sign ascendants and so forth and all that also. Now, for Virgo ascendants,
that was a good point I just wanted to add. Also, there is a form of Ganapati, which is a tantric form of Ganapati, which is called Uchishta Ganapati, which is about, generally that kind of prayer is done. It is in the tantric. They put food, they eat and then they chant the mantras. Now, this might not be a traditional way. That's why I said it's a tantric. And that is a form of Ganapati, which I believe was worshipped by or was influenced Krishnamurti, from the Krishnamurti Padati. He believes that the entire system actually crystallized and he was able to make great predictions based on the insights that he received after, praying and worshipping Uchishta Ganapati.
So yeah, definitely. So simple Namavali of Uchishta Ganapati or Uchishta Ganapati Namaha, or even something simple, definitely for sure, that I can really encourage also. Anyway, so for Virgo ascendants, Virgo ascendants are the big natives who will go through big changes this year. So that is expected. So they'll have, they already had the eclipse on their ascendant recently, and there will be another eclipse next year, and Rahu eclipse will, solar eclipse will again happen 6 months later and so forth. So these are the natives who will go through big change for sure. So whatever has been a status quo for the past 9 years definitely need not be the case here on out. So it could be that they might be open to big changes, changing career, changing profession, getting married, having a new child. Those kind of positive ones can also come. At the same time, if you are unhappy with the job and all that, good chance you might change your job and so forth during this time period. Usually Virgo natives in general tend to have a tendency to be overcritical or hypercritical as it's called. So that's something they need to be cautious about this year actually. Usually the challenge here also is that so these Ketu is now on the Lagna, so the tendency to be isolated yourself and so forth and all that during this time period. So it becomes very important to, to be mindful of not to be overly critical of yourself, overly hypercritical of yourself, hypercritical of others and so forth and all that. And of course, Rahu is in the 7th house of marriage and so forth. So definitely marital change in a marriage energy can happen. So either being open to marriage or some challenges with regard to marriage can happen. So previously for Leo natives, it was like the challenges with the in-laws specifically. But here now it's like actual partner and all that. So they'll have to be mindful of that. Usually a need to form a business partnership or need to work with a partner can happen. Sometimes problems with business partners are also expected in Rahu's in the 7th house kind of thing. Or at the same time, Rahu in the 7th house is a great time period for making public appearances kind of thing. So if you are again appearing on social media kind of thing, I can really encourage that also. Usually Virgo natives do have a tendency to make notes more and all that. Ketu's in Virgo sign, so they might lose their notes. So they have to watch out for that. Make sure you're keeping backups and so forth, or whatever important documents and so forth and all that. Recently, there was a very interesting Instagram story or some Facebook thing in which a passport was used to write neighbors' numbers and all that. So some horror story like that was going on actually. So don't make sure you're not tearing off important documents. Make sure you're not using a passport to write down the merchant, the grocery shop bills and all that kind of thing. So watch out for those kind of document problems also during this time period. So that's also one big thing with Mercury. The other thing also with Virgo native is that definitely with Rahu in the 7th house. 7th house also the Bhavat Bhavam of the 10th house. So definitely opportunity at work can definitely be improved without doubt. So definitely this can also mean more responsibilities coming at work or more work to be done kind of thing also. The Ketu in the Lagna is also a powerful time period to worship Ganesha right now for Virgo natives. Any kind of Ganpati mantra, very good. Ganpati Namavali, Ganpati Ashtodhara Namavali, Ganpati Tarushisha and all that is very, very good for Virgo natives. I cannot say that enough. Now, the Virgo, in general, a simple principle is to identify the festivals that are happening in your birth month. That's a very simple thing, actually. So in that regard, I can really encourage to do more spiritual practices around the Navratris in general. I would definitely the first and the second Navratri, I would really encourage that for sure. That I would really, the Navratri that is happening in September to October month, and also the Navratri that is happening in holy time also, I would encourage that. So that will be a very powerful time period. So I'm getting repeated notifications actually. Very interesting omen on that regard. So I cannot say that enough. So definitely it'll be a very good time period to, those Navratris will be very powerful remedies in general. In terms of for these Virgo natives. So the Holy Navaratri and the next year's main Navaratri, which will be coinciding with the eclipses also. So just watch out for that. One last thing for Virgo natives is that definitely first house, the house of health. So they have to be mindful of their health during this time period. I cannot say that enough. They have to, if they have been ignoring their health issues, they have been ignoring their weight and all that. Right now, all those things will become very important for them also right now. Now, definitely Virgo natives do have a tendency to be overly, overly critical of things and so forth. So they are happy complaining is what they say with 6,000 Mercury being there and all that. So they should be mindful of that. Let's put it this way. Sometimes if you're not complaining for the right reason, like you have to submit a letter and all that, you might have to do that. If you don't like the act of creating an argument or fighting legal case and all that, you might be forced to do that also, to be frank. In some cases, right complaints are also appropriate. Like the office is not working, you might have to complain to get your work done. That kind of aspect could also play out for these native rules. Go ahead, Aditya.
Yeah, Virgo natives. It's a powerful time for them, I feel. Especially for Virgo and Pisces, I will say this is going to be maybe a bit of what you say, not a roller coaster as such, but nice, interesting time. Of course, now when let's talk. Rahu is in the 7th, Ketu is in the 6th, okay, 6th sign, first house. Jupiter is in the 8th house, they're going into the 9th house, and Saturn Maharaj is sitting in the 6th house. So right now it looks like Saturn in 6th, Rahu in 7th, and Jupiter in 8th. And Ketu is in the 6th. Of course, when you say Virgo, what Ketu is in the first house, Lagna house. What is Ketu? Ketu is detachment. So these people will be like getting detached a lot. That can be one aspect seen. I know a person was Virgo. He was like, I was talking to him, and then he was saying that he wants to, what is your New Year resolution, 2024 resolution? And he was saying that he wants to get rid of all the old numbers. Having a list of more than 100, 200 numbers he says, I don't know who their faces also these days. We just keep on storing, correct? Numbers, and after a span of time when we don't even recall, you don't even know half of the numbers, what phase it is. You just have those numbers. He wants to clean that out and cut off, cut off with many people. And he was basically a Virgo ascendant person. So yeah, makes sense. And he says, my 1st January job will be, if I don't know the names and can't remember the face, get rid of that number. And get rid of the people whom, there are some people who just give on calling, but they don't call you, then again, get rid of them too. So Ketu, exact Ketu related themes coming in mind. Anyway, Rahu in the 7th will more of public appearance and all those things. You may get popular too at the same time because of your work or something like that. So completely makes sense. Saturn in the 6th and Rahu in the 7th. And now Jupiter is going in the 9th. You can see the 6th house, the 7th house, and the 9th house. All basically because of your work or something like that, or hard work and all, you may be recognized or something like that can happen. Okay. At the same time, you have to be watchful with all the documents work too, because Jupiter, we started with this podcast just before recording, we were talking about a Virgo ascendant guy and then how he was having problems with the documents and everything. Okay, makes sense. Ketu is coming into the Lagna and a lot of documents and other things have already started. So, okay. Saturn, of course, watchful for your health. That is, again, a very important criteria because Saturn is sitting in the 6th house. Ketu is in the 1st house. So you can't neglect your health. So watch out for your health very seriously. So that's that. And especially long-term abdominal related issues. Again, very strong because Virgo, sensitive stomach already. Now Ketu Maharaj has gone there, showing its power, and Saturn is sitting in the 6th house of D1, which is again stomach related issues can come up. So you need to watch for that. So overall, summing up, I will say that it's a roller coaster time for Virgo and Pisces ascendant, but at the same time, with all these roller coasters, of course, with a lot of paperwork thing coming up into the scene, with a lot of work related issues, with a lot of health related issues, all these are there. But the silver lining is somewhere I see that with your work and with your efforts, you will be probably people may know you, and people may eventually see you or come up with some you will be known by somehow. Rahu will expose you, that's all. And that's a positive point. Okay, now Rahu can expose, if you have done horrible things, Rahu can expose that too. So that's a different story. But if you've done some good karma probably, and that's hiding from a long time, maybe this is a time to come up with that or something like that. So, and probably someone this time you may realize, since Ketu is in the Lagna, you may go a little bit inward, and then what is that called? Retrospect. Basically, that can be one thing. Ketu is a strong card.
Introspect and retrospect.
Yeah. So those things you may be doing and trying to see, and maybe a reality check can be done. Like for example, you may think, oh, you're landing into 2 boards or 3 boards and doing this job and that job and this job, all 2 or 3 jobs, and you don't know where you're going. Maybe Ketu, when it comes to the 1st house, probably it will say that enough is enough and you need to focus on and see where you are going. You're not like your 20s and all, and you're almost in your 40s or 50s, and then see what you could do. So something like that can be possible for these natives.
Yeah, great, Aditya. Now, over to you now, Dr. Pai.
Okay, for Virgo natives or Virgo Rashi, one is I see anybody who has been doing a lot of multitasking, I would say Ketu will put an end to all that multitasking. And sometimes you would want to do multiple things and you have been doing in the past. Now what will happen is you do not know where to start. That means you are actually looking at so much detailing, and sometimes you get so engrossed in the detail part of each of the tasks that actual work might not even start. The planning is still going on, but no work is getting executed. That is one thing. That might somehow lead to being procrastination or making you a lazy person. Then I would also say there can be change in location or change in job can also happen, or service area, maybe change in a different department within the same organization. These are people who somehow will come to feel that in their department, in their organization, they do not get credit enough and somebody else is taking the credit because Ketu is like no face and just come over the 1st house. Then you will also see that they will focus a lot on efficiency and productivity, but at the end of the day, they feel so very drained and fatigued because they have not even achieved anything. They wanted to start and do many things, and it's just getting overwhelming for them. Then I want to say they have to strike a balance between isolation, solitude that they prefer right now with the socializing, because Rahu is in the seventh. So Rahu will pull you into certain events, activities, festivals, cultural things, this and that. Somebody will keep pulling while you are trying to seclude yourself. Then I would highly say for these people who are Virgo, foreign partners can come in seventh house Rahu. Okay. Then there can also be kidney related issues can come if they're not taking good care of their health, which means I'm saying more creatinine levels can be very high. Dental problems might also be there. These people would benefit from, as a remedy, I would say best is pranayama for these people, breath control, and all kinds of other things like yoga and Tai Chi, Qigong, all of these things can be really good. I also feel that, like Aditya was mentioning before, for these people, really that Abhishekam of a Shivlingam might be a very perfect remedy. Especially also that Ketu is now transiting over Chitra. Chitra, the tree associated is also your Bel Patra, which means Eagle Marmelos is the plant which is associated, and that is what you can offer to Lord Shiva for them to help them to combat whatever areas they're going through. So I think these are largely what I wanted to summarize based on, yeah.
Any remedies, Dr. Pai, for Virgo natives?
Okay, remedies for these people, I would highly recommend that they should offer yogurt, which is curds, to Shivlingam. And I would also say Bel Patra can be also offered. And milk with sesame seeds can also be offered as a great way to remove the blemishes that are there in their, or any obstacles that are coming in their path.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Pai. Now, Aditya, what remedies would you recommend for Virgo natives?
See, the Ketu is in the first house and Rahu is in the seventh house. So probably this will be like taking care of yourself. You know, as Dr. Pai mentioned, good food, health, and all those things are important for them. Note, Saturn is also sitting in the sixth house of diseases and all. So probably abdominal related issues. So probably look into what you are eating, and some proper good exercise is very much required, and taking good care of your body can be good. And as Dr. Pai mentioned about Bel Patra or the putting, maybe even I will say water abhishekam to Shivlinga along with Bel Patra thing can also be performed. That is a very good remedy. And somehow Jupiter is also going in from 8th to 9th house. So that's also related to maybe something like 9th house is what? Higher learning, meditation, publications. A lot of publications work can become up, especially for these natives too in the coming, maybe in 2024. That can be there. So pranayams, whatever you could do for you, not to anyone else. This is for, I think till now you were saying, do this for your wife, do this for your this, do this. For Rahu, for Virgo native, do for yourself this time. And Abhishekam with maybe go in some, I will say, some forest area. Spend some time there probably. If there is a retreat in some forest area with trees and all, especially. Because note what is 6? 6 is Mercury again, Mercury sign where it represents leaves, where it represents forests and all those. Maybe spending some time, rejuvenation time there, probably, and engaging in some pranayams and all, maybe that can be very good. Hilly, scenic, with lot of trees and all, where the oxygen content is there. Yeah, I was hearing there was something, what they say is, you have something called as physical age, and then you have something called as cellular age, they say.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you may be like 30, but your cellular age maybe can be 50.
Yeah.
And then they say that to treat that, what they do, I was thinking, what is this new technique? They put you in some oxygen chamber, I guess. Now you are like for a particular time every day. And when you inhale more oxygen, your cell becomes, young and dynamic and healthy and all. So then the cellular age will be equal to your physical age. So there's a difference between physical age and cellular age. And then to make that cellular age to come down, you have to have more oxygen and all. So they have made a gas chamber of oxygen and then they put people there.
Yeah.
So it was an irony. First you cut trees, make yourself less oxygen. Now you purchase oxygen and make oxygen chambers and then put people there.
Yeah.
So it was somewhere, I don't remember where it was. So maybe something like that, similar thing, going into the forest. When I say go into the forest means forest, you have trees, you have oxygen, and more oxygen in your body, good for you. So I think that's highly recommended for this, for Virgo natives this time.
Great. So thank you, Aditya. So now just for focusing on health, as was mentioned, is very good. Meditating, spending time in nature is very well recommended. Hiking in nature, mountains and so forth, for sure. Definitely, I would also add in doing gardening work, flowers and all that. That would also help, at least wherever you can. That can also be quite good. One more thing with Virgo is also to actually easy way to because Mars is the third lord from Virgo, and Mars also, they say Kujavat Ketu kind of thing. Easy remedies to write down your memories and burn them up actually. So Virgo natives are great at writing, but that energy is stuck in what they read. So like sometimes the remedy is to burn that away also. So write down the memories or whatever is bothering you in your mind. Just burn it in front of, usually they are recommended to burn it in front of Ugra Devatas like Durga or Kali or Bhairava or something like that. Or even if you just chant some mantra and burn it or just burn it also, that can also be quite good. That's a very good remedy in my opinion right now. Of course, Ketu in the first house, don't fall into depression or don't get into smoking or bad habits, which was done before and all that, which is a normal tendency here when Ketu is in the Lagna and all that. Very important thing. Also, I would advise Ketu in the first house. What Aditya mentioned also is to get to hilly regions or go to the top of a building and have that top side upside down, not upside down, like top side view kind of thing. Like a view from the mountain top view, as it's called, have that kind of thing. It's a very good remedy with Ketu and the Lagna and all that. So you'll have that overall picture of how much you have traveled in life and how much where you're going, why things happen that way, and so forth. So sometimes that kind of thing can come only when you're having that isolated view. A simple remedy is to go to the top of if you're going to a mall, go to the topmost floor of a mall and then look down from that. So you can understand that easily. That kind of thing. Anyway, now we'll go to Libra Ascendant. Libra Ascendant is actually having Rahu in the 6th house and Ketu in the 12th house. So they are going to definitely have karma with Libra natives in general have to watch out for their spending in general. They are more likely to have credit card problems and all that because Venus is getting exalted in the 6th house. So they have to really watch out for that this time. So usually paying off around the 6th house is great to pay off loans. However, to get new loans, especially big loans, you have to be slightly cautious. Though you will get loans and all that very easily. Something to be mindful of during this time period. Libra Ascendant is also Ketu is in the 12th house, so definitely watching out for the spendings and so forth will be important. 6th house and 12th house of loans and spendings and expenses and so forth also. Definitely new health habits kind of thing you'll have to see. Usually around the 6th house can usually mean your routine is getting disturbed also in some cases, but you're forced to change your routine because it's getting disturbed also. So sometimes it can be in the next generation, like a child disturbing your routine, or finally you get a new pet and your pet is forcing a new routine for you. You decide to get a new cat or a dog or things like that. So that kind of aspect. Other thing also, Rahu in the 6th house, that usually it will force you to focus on health also. Some important health habits which you might want to. We had talked a lot about health. These natives will have to definitely focus on some health. Rahu can increase conflicts in workplace, so very important to maintain cordiality in workplace and so forth. Usually it is a good idea to what they call as, to form relationships in the workplace and so forth in general, especially with right now the transit happening in Virgo and Pisces and so forth. Though Ketu in the 12th house, you might have this tendency to have past life people come to you during this time period. So sleep disturbance is also something to watch out for. So put an additional time period to ensure that you are getting enough sleep and so forth. There's also one more big remedy here. These natives can also have karma with foreign lands or karma with lands they have visited before. and so forth. Now, if you do end up traveling to a foreign land this time period, good chance you have had a past life in that land. Good chance for that also, something to be mindful of that also. Now over to you now, Aditya.
Okay, Libra Lagna. If you say Libra Lagna, then Rahu is in the 6th house, Ketu is in the 12th house. Was Ketu in the 12th, automatically good for spirituality, meditation, and all those things. Okay, engage into those. Now, Jupiter and Saturn, if you especially see, Saturn comes in your 5th house, and as well as Jupiter comes in your, Jupiter right now is in the Aries, and that directly aspecting your Lagna. So, positive, that is positive, and especially some competitive themes. You will be very successful in some competitive themes can be possible for Libra Lagna. Okay, so Rahu there can maybe very good in crushing your enemies. Libra, of course, kind of balance. You need to balance all the things there. And right now, maybe Libra Lagna will be going because Jupiter is in the 7th, Rahu is in the 6th, Saturn is in the 5th, 7th, 5th, 6th. Maybe again some wife related, or maybe partner related issues can be coming up where you will be trying to solve those. Balance in that may be useful, or maybe something breakup through, or going to in the path of spirituality through some breakup. Possibly that could also happen. And note, when Jupiter will go into Taurus, that means it is gone into the sign of or 8th house. 8th house is occult. So sudden interest in the occult can be possible. Lot of work related things, maybe because Rahu is in the 6th, all those things can happen. Saturn is in the 5th, creativity, something of creativity which takes long effort or a lot of effort to come out. Maybe you may get involved in that too. And we know Libras are born creative people, Shukra's sign. So that can be a good time for some new creative ideas to come up, long-lasting creative ideas to come up, especially. And for that, Rahu will make you to put some effort in that direction. 6th house things coming into the picture. And then right now, Jupiter is in the 7th house, will of course show you in the face of the world, probably. So you can say that because of you're born creative, naturally you're creative, and now Saturn can come up with in the 5th house, and you can show your creativity to the outer world where you have to do more work, and then recognition for that is possible. But good time, overall a very good time for, especially if you're a Virgo, Libra Rashi or a Libra Ascendant or something like that. Ketu in the 12th will definitely give you some opportunity to go and visit some shrines or some mothers, whatever, pilgrimage center and all could be possible. Good time for that. So if you have that, plan it, I will say. At expenses, probably. If you want to go outside, expenses will be there, definitely. How can you not go with that? But you have to create a balance between the normal routine as well as spirituality, because Rahu-Ketu again 6th and 12th axis. You can't leave all the 6th house and then go to 12th house and vice versa. Keep a balance of that. Wherever Rahu-Ketu is, we need to strike a balance at that point. That one. So that will be my thing. So overall, good for competition, good for creativity, and natural best time to go to maybe some spiritual retreats.
Yeah, no, great, Aditya. Thank you for that. Over to you now, Dr. Pai, with regard to Libra next.
Yeah. For Libra, I would say these are the people who have to focus during this transit on their immunity building, which means you might need to take certain supplements like your minerals, some vitamins might be depleted. Also certain cell salts, which is like homeopathy, might help you, which are, we say, like certain salts which are depleted in your body. The homeopath can help you, including, I would say, holistic healing therapies might do very well for you people. And also you might focus, Libra people, on your day-to-day activities, and also giving up on certain habits. Like you might be a smoker, you might have alcoholism, because it's your 6th house, so you need to let go of your shadripus, something related to that. Then with the Rahu there in the 6th house, some also I feel, as said, you might have to face a very powerful enemy, and also trying to see, like we said, Rahu is transiting into Pisces, and it is connected to Vishnu, and visiting temples of Vishnu where he is reclining on the Seshnag, like Tiruvananthapuram, because the 12th house is ocean. Ocean is Shirasagara, which means Vishnu is reclining on the Seshnag and Shirasagara. So that's why visiting, Tiruvananthapuram, or maybe Sri Ranganatha Swami temple, which is again Sri Rangam, we say, or what is the other one? Shivana Samudram, or there is another Ranganatha Swami temple, which is at Srirangpatna near Mysore in Karnataka. So any of these might also help you. Then one more thing, these are people have to be careful with accidents, because 6th house is sudden events, and Rahu there can create sudden accidents, sudden loss of jobs, or sudden have to move because of your service from one city to another, or your client is somewhere else, or your client wants you to now not work from home, but you want to be in the office. So some displacement might be there. Now, Ketu in the 12th, as we have already said, Aditya has mentioned, you have mentioned, spiritualities, things will be high. But you have to be very careful. These people will not know when that spirituality will become turning into being very, very charitable and excessive charity, thinking that they want to let go of their sins and whatever. It's like you have this transit to heal and cure you from all your sins. So you would probably want to donate a lot. Mindless donation, which means, headless donations. Sometimes you might be going just to many spiritual places, visiting, traveling headlessly, like a headless chicken. You are just going in circles sometimes from one place to another, one temple to another, because you don't know what to do, because you're very lost. Now, in terms of remedies, I want to say one remedy I remember Santip mentioned many years ago. I think it was also your own experience. When you go to a place like an ocean, taking certain roots, herbs and roots, throwing them into the ocean was a great remedy. I remember you had mentioned this long time ago, which also I think there was an old lady who asked you to do this, throwing it to when you were
she rubbed the roots on my hand, and she threw it to the ocean to remove the negativity or whatnot, something like that. Yeah.
Now, rubbing on the hand, I think also when Ketu is moving through Hasta Nakshatra, they might rub that in the hand and then throw it into ocean to remove that access. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying. And then many Lal Kitab remedies, where people are interested in flowing some, they will want to flow a coconut, they want to do those Lal Kitab remedies might be attracting them, because 6th house Rahu means you are very much in need of upayas, toges, to wanting to do things. These are all the things that you might be moving towards, because somebody told you in a face reading, somebody did a tarot reading, and they said you should do these remedies. So I think you'll be obsessed with also, I feel, gemstones or something like that, or wearing rudrakshas.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pai. Those were interesting set of remedies. Now, Aditya, what remedies would you give for Libra natives?
See, Rahu is in the 6th and Ketu is in the 12th. So, of course, again, it reminds me of some feet-related issues and abdominal-related issues and all those things, again. And especially Jupiter is in the, of course, 7 to 8. So, somewhere in the urinary tract infections, or maybe in the anal region, some problems can happen at the same time. But most all, and Saturn is in the 5th house too. So, probably, I will say, look into your habits of 6th house and 12th house, so abdomen and feet related, and something like overwhelming of work. Try to do not get too much bogged, too much mental worries, as Dr. Pai mentioned. 6th house Rahu, powerful enemies. Getting engrossed in that, getting prepared to getting mentally unstable in that, maybe not getting too much engrossed in that and spoiling your health. Watch out for your health. Maybe again, that can be a good thing in itself. And maybe definitely spiritual retreat and all, you will be doing some form of exercise, some form of yoga and all, through that can also be very beneficial. So meditation and all also is done, as well as yoga and all also is done. So 12th house things, Ketu is happy there. Ketu is happy, Rahu is happy here. So you are happy. So I will say, watch out for some, not extra work, balance of work, I will say.
Just to
Go ahead.
add, yeah, I just wanted to add because I had written a point here as well. Maybe because of Ketu being in the 12th in Virgo, people might also have opportunities to visit Samadhi of great saints where they go like shrines. Maybe it is also a place where somebody has taken Jivan Samadhi or certain places, and even Kriya Yoga, interest in doing Shambhavi Mahamudra, Kriya Yoga, worshipping some kind of powerful deity, which is Ugra Devi, can also be there, Ugra Devata.
Great. So for definitely around 6th house, I would definitely encourage to be doing some Durga mantras regularly. So that's the easiest thing. So like in terms of Durga Namavali or something like that I can encourage. Durga Kavacham is also very good. All that I can encourage. Ketu in 12th house to donate towards a Ganesha temple is what I can encourage during this time period. Any kind of Ganesha, making donations regularly in general. Usually sleep disturbances are possibilities. So, meditating, lighting agarbattis or particular fragrances when you're sleeping, I can encourage that. That's also one generic remedy. So your body is like, just like how a dog, when it smells food, will start, mouth will start watering. Eventually you can program your body, that particular fragrance comes, you'll start falling asleep. So something like that. So I would encourage that. Definitely, Rahu can be linked with achar donation actually. So donating achar is good. If you have achar to donate and all that, very good to gift it to your, neighbors and friends and all that. Ketu interestingly is linked with tall vegetables and so forth. So that's the best, like sambar, you have that, I don't know what's the drumstick and all that, yeah, that kind of thing. So donating those kind of items and so forth, I can encourage. You are having a community meal, make those kind of items and donate. I can encourage those kind of things also. Usually Rahu in 6th house in general is coming. Rahu is also cold items, so just watch out. You're not having too much of cold food or stale food or processed food and all that. I would encourage that. That's the 6th house problem of Rahu also. Usually, Aditya also mentioned to bring the peace of mind a lot. So definitely have a habit of meditation. If you have not started that, that will be a very important thing right now to calm down, mental peace and all that. So learning to have a big picture view is very important also. So that Ketu, when it's in Virgo, we might tend to forget that big picture view most often. Why are we doing something, right? Why are we doing the job? That kind of big picture kind of thing we'll have to think about during this time period. Now, for Scorpio ascendants, Rahu will be in the 5th house and Ketu will be in the 11th house. So usually, Rahu in the 5th house can make them very impulsive about investments and so forth. At the same time, 5th house is the house of Mantra Shastra and children and so forth. So usually, this can be a very good year in terms of children. However, the child can be getting new experiences and so forth. Right? This could mean either the child is signing up for new education endeavors. Like could be you just had to put your child in a coaching school or something like that. Some karma around that. Or Rahu in the 5th house can also be a karma around being very creative with respect to your creative expressions or hobbies and so forth. You might have a sudden interest in sudden need to create yourself more, express yourself more through creative endeavors. Like usually, like you might have the need to join a dramatics club or arts club or something like that. That kind of thing. Good chance. 5th house also linked with sports and so forth. So good time period to have get into like a activity like that. 5th house also actually linked with games actually. So just watch out for the escapist tendency to escape yourself into games right now at least. So just watch out for that. Especially Pisces being the natural escapist of the zodiac and so forth. Ketu in the 11th house can separate you from your elder siblings, immediately elder sibling at least. And definitely that is one thing to be mindful about. Your elder sibling could be going through a big transformation right now in terms of health and all that. That's a possibility. Ketu in the 11th house could also mean there is a sometimes there are some people who get a promotion and then they feel unhappy at the job, the promotion, because they realize what they were trying to go for the promotion, it was not making them happy or whatnot. But Ketu in the 11th house can make you detached with respect to gains and titles and honors as it's called. So that kind of aspect could play out. Usually Rahu in the 5th house also an important time period to be slightly cautious with respect to investments, like especially when you're taking risky investments as a fourth and all that. So something to be mindful about, not to make too much of a big investment into stocks, having unrealistic expectations and so forth. It might not work out. So just be cautious of that. Sometimes I've seen around the 5th house, a mantra is chanted incorrectly, kind of mistake also here with this placement. So just be mindful of that. So do all the simple stotrams and all that, Namali kind of thing. Sometime around the 5th house and can indicate like Ugradevata mantra was recited, but not done correctly. And ever since you started doing a mantra, problems started to come. So watch out for those kind of things also during this time period. So in general, you started doing a mantra, problem started, good chance, and mantra is linked to that problem. A simple thing. So then definitely don't ignore those kind of things when you are getting to see that directly also. I would advise that also. Now, over to you now, Aditya.
Oh, I am already hungry now. Okay. Scorpio. Rahu comes in the 5th house. Ketu comes in the 11th house. Jupiter is going from 6th to 7th house. And Saturn is in the 4th house. So, yeah, I don't know. From last 2 days, 3 days, I'm not well. I was like cough, cold and all. Okay, so again, 5th house, 11th house is getting affected. So what does that mean? Pitri karmas again is coming into picture. Something related to children. Watch out for children and creativity. Something gain in speculations, speculation, gains and all those things, because 5th house, Rahu, sudden gains, speculations. So those things can be important for the Scorpio people. Saturn is in the 4th house here. So Saturn is in the 4th house will again, what is that? 4th house is for home, land, property, real estate, vehicle, and all those things. So Saturn there can give you some trouble based on that. And Ketu is in the 11th. Now, what is 11th? Collaboration, collaborators, and all. Headless collaborators, maybe plan accordingly what you want to. Just don't follow headlessly what your collaborator says and all. Watch for those. And that is very important, especially. Or maybe something like a document related activities in a large organization or in a group, something related to that karma can be unfolded. Okay, and then Jupiter is going from your 6th house to the 7th house. Now, what does that mean? 7th house is again coming into the limelight, coming into the so now remember how these things are all playing a role. Maybe Saturn is in the 4th house, Rahu is in the 5th house, Jupiter is going in the 7th house, Rahu is going in probably in the 5th house. So a lot of speculation, gains and all. Through that, some recognition probably through Jupiter, because Jupiter, wherever it goes, it expands, they say, correct? That is the nature of Jupiter. And so something like that sort can be, sort of that events can be seen. Probably if something, of course, it's very difficult to say. With positive things, fine, everyone is happy. But with negative things can also be possible. Like, for example, Ketu is in 11th house for gains, large collaborations, profits. And Ketu there can maybe due to some, what you say, high expectations or unplanned things, some losses maybe also be occurring. And that also will make you to come in the limelight. Limelight doesn't mean that only in one way. If you go high, also limelight. If you go low, also in the limelight. So do not watch or be watchful over with what your collaborators and all say. Do not make it. You may have a tendency to watch or to follow it headlessly, which can land into some problems. But if taken everything into consideration, probably you can come up with flying colors and some positive growth will be seen. Some balance among 5th house and your 11th house, those activities, especially related to children and all, you have to do. And if you have some Pitri karma pendings and all, right now, very good time to sort that out.
Okay, great, Aditya. Dr. Pai, for Scorpius.
Yeah, for Scorpions, I feel they might be facing a lot of confusion regarding education and what areas of education they want to opt for. Confusion, should I take this subject? Should I take this as a major? Can I take this? So there is a lot of confusion. Say they will consult many people, but they will never be able to make any concrete decisions. But this is a very good time for Scorpions, for especially if they want to express themselves through some creative ways. I think that expression, and they can bring some originality also in their creative expressions that will be very much recognized. And because Rahu is a big face, right? So something which is very big can give you a lot of recognition in the creative field. Then I would say problems that you will be facing, Scorpions, because of some friends. There might be some old friendships that you might want to end. I would also say many of these people would be not spending too much time on their social media account. They kind of want to let go, and they just want to close some of their Facebook accounts, Instagram accounts, because they're where they feel this is happening because they might be blocking one of their partners because they are not, because Rahu in the fifth can make you a lot of issues related to your romance, love. So you'll block many people, you'll go off social media because you don't want to be seen there. So there would be many themes related to relationships that might be there. Also, there might be those people who are wanting to have children. They might have faced some problems. People might want to go for fertility clinics, IVF, in vitro fertilization, and these things. And also I would say, be very careful, because what you see, don't get into any Ponzi schemes like the pyramid, investment scheme, because Rahu will always show you, especially like even what you call those chit fund in India, that is chit fund schemes, all of that. You will be cheated for sure if you go into any of these Ponzi schemes. Stay away from all of those things. Make investments very wisely into those things where government also has good regulations, and the regulatory bodies are governing, so that you will be safer. Now, coming to remedies, I have a couple of themes here. One, reciting of Kali Sahasranama or Durga mantras during Rahu Kalam is an excellent remedy for these people. Secondly, writing down Durga mantras, because fifth house for Scorpions is also third from third as per Bhavad Bhavam. So it might be very advisable that they write Durga mantras in a language which is foreign to them. Like if you know how to write a Durga mantra in Tamil, then I would write it in Tamil. Or if I want to write it in Arabic, I would write it in Arabic. So that might be very helpful for Scorpion. This is my remedies. And also what I feel is, please learn to forgive and forget some strains that I might have happened between some friends, and they have sometimes you have isolated them, you have cut off from them, but don't hold anything. You have to surrender and let go. That is another great remedy that people can do, because Ketu is transiting your 11th house. Okay, don't have high expectation about gains during this time. Be ready to have some reasonable, rational expectations, not irrational exuberance that you want to show during this time.
Great, thank you, Dr. Pai. Aditya, what remedies should you recommend for Scorpionators?
Especially this is happening in the 5th and the 11th house. So probably, 5th or 11th house things need to be looked into. Looking for children, especially, that's like, already directing energies into the 5th house. And as Dr. Pai mentioned about friends and all, I too agree with that. That can be a remedy in itself. And pay attention to especially the lower leg region, because 11th house comes to that. Maybe if you have any trouble there, or maybe to the chest region, especially the 5th house. If you have any problems, any pain, do not neglect it. Take proper precautions. I think that will be helpful. So maybe I will say, I don't know, this time somehow I'm not giving remedies for the planets or something. Whatever is coming is like I'm preparing for the body organ, because of course the organs and all is also connected with those houses and all. So with that can be useful. Maybe treating your children well, maybe taking them to somewhere, to a restaurant, or maybe to some fun place, or maybe something like recreational activity, especially children recreation. We used to have this in our time. You remember SL World, Fantasyland, and all those parks? I
Right,
don't
yeah.
know what. So I still remember
Disney World. Yeah.
Disney, Disney World in USA. Back in Mumbai, we used to have Fantasyland and SL World and all. I still remember us going as a 5th grade student and 6th grade class. Our picnic was there. So, oh my gosh, more than 30 years. So maybe taking some theme park to children, or Disneyland in USA, especially for that. That can be a good thing. Or maybe going with your friends if you don't have children and all. Going with your friends and all. That can be a theme in itself. Especially Ketu is in the 6th, Virgo sign. Maybe forest area, what is that called? Smoky Mountains and all. What is theme park? No.
The wild park, national parks.
National parks. Yeah. So that can be maybe plan something like that this summer.
Yeah, no, that's great, Aditya. So for Scorpio, I would like to say definitely I would encourage anonymous charity, actually, to be frank. Anonymous charity in which your name is not declared or whatnot. So that's a good thing. Usually Rahu in the 5th house can make you open to new mantras, but however, just approach it slowly and steadily. Don't be aggressive about it, is what I would encourage. Usually anything with Vishnu is great. So Vishnu Sahasranam and all that I can encourage this time period. Durga is also very good during this time period. Varaha Avatar also I can encourage. Any kind of Varaha Avatar, Varaha Swami kind of thing also I would encourage. Definitely donating Chandan is also, donation of sandalwood is also something I can encourage. Usually it's one more thing with Rahu, I would also quite easily, I would also encourage definitely to do some kind of simple spiritual practice. Usually they advise you to, if you have children, make sure you're passing on mantras to your children kind of thing. Also, I can really encourage that. Not many people do that. Children are doing mantras, if two generations are doing mantras, the power of any mantra is amplified. So I can really encourage that also. Anyway, so Saturn and Rahu is in the 4th house, Ketu is in the 10th house. So they are kind of having the reverse problem of what Gemini Ascendants are having. So Rahu is in the 4th house of home. So now they might have to deal with some problems with their home or for their mother or whatnot. Sometimes Rahu in the 4th house or residency can actually make you change your residency, consider foreign lands as immigrating to a foreign land, move to a different land kind of karma can be triggered right now, or move to a different apartment kind of karma also. The other thing with Ketu in the 10th house can make them feel detached at work. So though they might get gains at work and they might, they usually Ketu in the 10th house, one of the things it is said that they might be headless at work. So they are behind the scenes. Their identity is not visible at work, but they are behind the scenes getting the work done kind of thing. And Ketu can be a very strong leadership-oriented planet. So they can be a very strong leader at work. However, usually Ketu is also a very self-sacrificing planet. So you have to make sure you're not sacrificing your own well-being through work and all that. So work-life balance becomes a very important theme for Pisces natives and Gemini natives, because Rahu-Ketu in the 4th house of family life and 10th house of work. So that becomes a very important theme right now. Having said so, Sagittarius will definitely have to watch out for Rahu in the 4th house. Sometimes can mean problems created in the family because of someone who is not part of the family, or someone who is a foreigner or a stranger kind of thing and all that. So definitely don't allow new elements which you're not familiar with to create chaos in the home. Just watch out for that. That's also one more thing to be mindful about. Usually Ketu in the 10th house can also have a natural tendency to reject putting your good effort at work also. So just watch out for that tendency also during this time period. However, Ketu can sometimes mean your past life karma is coming to help you right now at your work. So the people you knew before is helping you out at work, kind of karma can happen and so forth also. Usually mother's health is something I would encourage to make sure you're not, your mother is not ignoring the health and all that during this time period, because definitely Rahu's in the 4th house of mother and all that. So it could be mother-like figure, mother's family, all that kind of thing can be said also. No, over to you now, Aditya.
Yeah, no, you have summarized most of my points, Sandeep. It's Sagittarius Lagna, so you have Rahu in the 4th and Ketu is in the 10th. Rahu in the 4th means homeland, property, real estate, and Ketu is like work and all. So you have to definitely a work, home and work-life balance definitely is required. And especially when you are engaging into some themes of 4th house, especially watch for dealing with some activities of home, land, property, vehicle and all those things. Need to watch out for those. And Ketu is headless again. It's in the 10th house in the Virgo side. So maybe some headless, lot of activity, daily routine, or a lot of activities, maybe unnecessary require activities in your work can be a very bothering thing. So read everything, read everything, and then probably that can help you to shorten the work. And reading very fast and not paying attention will make you to work more. I'm just saying it from my today's experience. I had a form to fill and it was like, signature or thumb impression, they said. And I was like, why they need thumb impression and all? Oh my God, this form and all I have to fill. I need to get that, what you say, that ink pad, this and all. I'm working around and then doing that and got it from there, ask this person, ask that person. Like what it is. And then finally I getting all those, I realized that, oh, signature or thumb imprint. So, why I was struggling it at the end of the day. So doing this headless, not reading properly, headless thing, something doing around, and then after I have spending 2 hours, I realized that it was all waste. So probably a lesson for me too. I know whatever advice I give comes from me, I guess. So maybe that can be. Ketu will make you to go round and round, realizing that you're not reading correctly or not understanding it correctly. So avoid that unnecessarily. Why you have to do that? And now Saturn is coming into your third house of writing and all those things. So that's another very important thing where you will have to communicate, especially, but through your own self-effort, you will be doing some work. And now when Jupiter comes into the 6th house, it will directly aspect your Ketu through his 5th aspect. So Ketu is in the house of job and thing, and then Jupiter is going to aspect that will alleviate some of the things for you. But that's going to happen after May 2024. So before that, there's no Jupiter aspect on the 10th house. So Ketu will make you to go, on a whirlpool. So avoid that. It can also be managing some documents, work-related documents. Take care of that. Maybe that can be important. Do not misplace it somewhere, which can cause some issues later. So that is seen. And some karma towards siblings and all also possibly indicated too. Okay. If you want me to put one line, a work balance in home and job environment. That's what I will suggest. That looks like the theme for Sagittarius Lagna.
Great, Aditya. Now, Dr. Pai, go ahead.
Yeah, for Sagittarius Rashi people, I feel they need to probably, as Aditya also mentioned, they need to bring a right balance between their work environment and their home environment. So bringing a work-life balance is very important during this transition. A lot of focus will come on property, real estate, probably adding a new house or buying a new land. Buying new vehicles might also be there because Rahu is in the 4th house and Rahu is about. But they have to be very careful about their health, especially their heart and their lungs, because they can be very prone to dust allergy, pollution, asthma, or bronchitis or something like that, because it's in the Rahu is in the 4th bhava. Then that could also make them feel sometimes very uneasy at their own house, and they might want to go traveling. Okay, that might be there. The other thing is they have to take care of their mother's health because of the Rahu in the fourth. And also they might feel very emotionally drained because of activities that are happening around them. And Ketu in the 10th, I would also say that it could lead to some changes in their job environment, and
Did he got stuck up, Sandeep?
Yeah, mine too. Yeah.
okay, can you hear
Yeah.
me now?
You just need to repeat what you just said about job environment, Dr. Pai.
Yeah, I think they have to be more mindful about their work ethics and at their job environment. Also, things can be a little bit hazy there. You need to bring more structure in your career, job. Maybe sometimes people would want to do multiple jobs, but they realize that they cannot do justice to all the jobs that they're doing. So that is why I feel it's a very emotionally uphill time for the Sagittarian people. But the good thing is they can probably add more, like a new vehicle or a new property that they can move into. Something related to that might happen to them during this phase because of Rahu going through the fourth house. Now, coming to remedies, I would say very heavily that these people, if they are going through turbulent times, it can really help them if they can go into doing certain sessions like past life regression sessions, hypnotics, even self assertive statements and self hypnosis can also be very good for them if they do that. Then, of course, breathing techniques like Brahmari pranayama, Brastika pranayama, these things will be very good for them. Even if they can do some cardio, might be very good. Don't overdo it because Rahu is in the fourth house, so you really don't want to be overdoing anything. So I think these are generally my tips for Sagittarius Rashi people.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Pai. Aditya, what remedies do you have for Sagittarius leaders?
See, Rahu-Ketu again is going in the 4th and the 10th axis, so paying attention to your, the chest region especially, and the knee region. Probably there can be some dislocation, and probably especially you can say that Ketu is in the 10th house of knee, and Jupiter is what Jupiter is doing. Jupiter is very heavy thing. Maybe something problem with while lifting heavy things, you get some problem during the knee joint or something like that. You need to take care of that, especially then. Maybe Rahu is in the 4th house too. For this 4th house is for mother too. Maybe taking care of your mother, maybe making her happy. Take her to, if you are with her, maybe take her to some places. Maybe go to a restaurant. Maybe eating. 4th house, eating, make her happy. Good for her. So that can be one thing, and maybe take your parents too, because 10th house is for father too, let's say, and the 4th house is for mother. Rahu-Ketu there, mother, father, take them out. Maybe that can be a remedy in itself. And especially in job related, work related, keep a cordial relationship, and in job environment, home environment, you will be happy.
Great. Sure, Aditya. So that's great. So with Rahu in the 4th house, one remedy I want to definitely say is that Rahu can be linked with darkness, and 4th house your home and place. So it usually helps if you can just light up the rooms in your home in general. So we have a tendency to electricity power is going on, just turn the room dark and all that. So just reduce that if you can. So like in the sense that keep the rooms lit, and as long as you are awake, keep your rooms lit. It might increase expensive, it might increase your electricity bill, but it's a good remedy to reduce the darkness in your home in principle. Usually, sometimes we have the natural tendency to close all the windows and be in a dark room and all that, especially in the morning time also. So opening up your windows can open up a lot of prana to the home itself. Simple remedy like that. I had an interesting prediction for a friend of mine who an astrologer predicted when Rahu was transiting through his 4th house, you live in a home which is more dark. There is no sunlight coming into your home, so which was very interesting. Then he was living in an apartment where there was only just one balcony window, something like that. So something like that. So that is at least make sure you're getting sunlight kind of thing. Of course, in US when it's cold and all that, it might not be possible to open the windows. At least open your curtains at least. That kind of thing I can encourage in general. The other thing also with Rahu in the fourth house, I would really encourage. Sometimes Rahu can also represent shadow, as I mentioned. So it is not recommended when you have a shadow of anything falling upon a god or goddess on your home. So just watch out for that. So sometimes you keep, we have a tendency to stack up murtis, so that's not great. So shadow of one murti is falling upon the other murti. When you're lighting a diya, usually you want the light to fall upon the murtis or rupa. But sometimes shadow of a murti, of a small murti kept in front of it is falling. Sometimes I've seen that problem can be looked into that also. So avoid that if you can also. Potential for that to happen is strong. So just avoid that. Now, for Capricorn ascendant is actually for Capricorn natives, Rahu is in the third house and the Virgo is in the ninth house, where Ketu is transiting for them. So these natives will definitely be keen on building up their business, learning new things, developing a sense of courage and independence and so forth, really strongly right now. Definitely, this can be an excellent time period for them to build up a new business which they have been wanting to build. They have been wanting to try some entrepreneurship things and so forth. This can be excellent time period. Though it is true they are going through Sadasati, Saturn transit and all that, very close to Capricorn. I should advise that Parakram Bhav to be developed. No, even if you don't have any business, you're happy with the job, at least learn to do some martial arts or do some sports kind of thing is something I would encourage. Third house is also sports. So at least move your arms kind of thing in that particular way. I would encourage that. The third house is also hobbies also. So being open to new hobbies, new traveling for hobbies, all that I can encourage during this time period. Ketu in the ninth house can make you reconnect with old books or old philosophies you connect with, old gurus you connect with and all that. This can happen. Sometimes the gurus that you're connecting with right now might have had a past life linkage in past for you. That kind of thing can also happen. Definitely, Ketu in the ninth house can potentially increase father-related problems also. However, it will be important to make sure father is not ignoring his health and all that during this time period. Rahu in the third house can also make you write or mistakes also. Let's watch out for that. So texting mistakes and all that we talked about before. So make sure you're not making those mistakes here also. Ketu in the ninth house is also a tendency to disconnect with your boss or authority figures. So just watch out for that as well. So if your boss is telling you something, definitely pay attention to it. I would definitely encourage that. Ninth house also excellent time period for higher studies. But this could be that if you have some old degrees you are not finished and all that, right now you might finish that degree. This could also link to old books you started reading, wanting to finish those also. All that can also be triggered right now. Now, over to you now, Aditya.
Yeah, especially when you have Capricorn ascendant, which makes Rahu to come into the third and the Ketu to go into the ninth. Jupiter is going from fourth to the fifth house, and Saturn is already there in your second house. Now, what is your third house? Your communication and writing and all those, and Ketu is publication, ninth house, not Ketu is publication. Ketu is going in the ninth house. Ninth house is for publications and all. So communications and publications and research work comes directly. If you're into that, then fine. You could do something like that. And note, of course, Ketu is also going where? To the ninth house of higher officials, bosses, or maybe you may have some issues with the boss, maybe have some issues with your higher officials, maybe some communication or they are not communicating well. Some confusion from them can be a possible theme, and that can be having caused because what is ninth house? Ninth house is also I've seen many strongly correlated with the 10th house because 12th from the 10th, correct? Loss of job and all those things. So that can be a possible theme, but exactly. But see, Saturn is going in the second house too. What is second house? Wealth, resources. Saturn is going there, probably that can, and then Rahu-Ketu is the third and the ninth axis. Something like a lot of self-effort with management of income, and after right now it looks a bit difficult, but when Jupiter moves into the fifth house, then probably the situation will be a little bit better because Ketu is there in the ninth. Jupiter will start aspecting the ninth house after May 2024, and also it will aspect your Lagna too. So right now this time can be a turbulent time till May 2024. especially with bosses or with higher officials at your university or at your workplace or at wherever you are. Okay. Something karma with siblings can be also be a possible theme, because third house is also for siblings. Okay. So watch out for those two. So pay close attention to those things, especially for the job related events. You are already a Capricorn Lagna, which is for job, house, and all those. Plus, going through that Sadhisati, of course, it's the last part of Sadhisati going on. And some karma with siblings and job related issues and problems with higher officials is something you can take care. But very good time for spirituality and all, because Ketu is going over 9th house. 9th house for higher education, philosophy, religion, meditation, and Jupiter's aspect is going to fall on it after May 2024. So if you are into those things of something like a higher education or religion or philosophy and all, a good time to do in the later half of 2024. Or maybe second child delivery. But 9th house is also for look for child and all, fifth from the 5th. So maybe that can also be. But Ketu there, separation from child can be, but Jupiter's aspect can alleviate that. But don't worry about the children part. But if you are really going into the religion, philosophy and all, good time for it.
Great. Thank you, Aditya. Dr. Pai, go ahead.
Yeah, I think these people who are Capricorn would, in this phase, they would feel more courageous. They would feel that they can start with new ventures, some entrepreneurial things, some enterprising things they might want to do. They would also have to take that leap of faith that they will be able to go and accomplish things, because Rahu is in the third house for them in the transit. So that shows that they have to be bold enough in their communication. It also promises maybe short travels that might be there, including if they are changing their job, that means they might have to commute to their job, and that might lead them to frequent travels, which is there. Then I would also say this might also bring in some element of creativity that they might need to apply into their literary skills, writing skills. All of these things can definitely be there. Some people, I also feel, because Rahu, when it comes to the third, I've observed that they might be interested in doing something which is taboo based. For example, third house is about arms, so they might want to go and get a tattoo on their arms because of this Rahu there. So something which is not very traditional, and you want to do something, then you have to be careful with your neck region and shoulders. This part of the body, Rahu is transiting there. Then these people are going to spend a lot of time on pondering what to do, jotting down things, trying to outline things, trying to make big plans that they want to execute. And of course, they will have more inclination to risk taking as well. And that is what I feel that is happening with Rahu there. Of course, siblings can be one of the areas. And then 9th house Ketu can take you on pilgrimages. It might also take you to your guru. And as Sandeep already mentioned, you might have a strong past life connection, or you might just discover your guru this transition, who's come into your life from your past communications. So in general, I think it's going to be good. These people should really worship, pray, and be very charitable when it comes, because somewhere that might be an area which will bring more positivity into their life. Wherever Ketu goes, that in transit, that area of your life will show. One more area that I would say is please pay attention to your grandparents, because Rahu and Ketu are also grandparents. And when you are looking at this axis over the 9th house and 3rd house, definitely it means you should be more respectful towards the elderly, and that might be one of the greatest remedies, I would say. Whenever you're going and visiting your grandparents or elderly people, touch their feet. This is how we try to take their blessings, and that might be wonderful for you in any activities you're doing. And also, I would say, in case you are wanting to start a new venture, it might be advisable to take just a notion, investment from one of your grandparents. If they give you like even some amount to say, okay, here is your amount that I want to give it to you to start your new business, that might even be a very lucky thing for them to have, especially when you see that Rahu is in the 3rd and Ketu is in the 9th.
Any remedies, Dr. Pai? In addition to what you shared?
Yeah, one of the remedies which is coming to my mind as I speak is 2 things. One is doing some homa, like a yagna for Chandi, like Durga Saptashati part or Parayanam. Parayanam means reading chapters. Even Guru Charitram can be read at home, or keeping a book which is reading the Upanishads and everything. That might be very good. Then one more thing is, I would say, aromatherapy, using of oud. Oud is agarwood, we say, burning that, or burning filings of sandalwood. Doing saging of your home might be very, very advantageous. If you're looking to make certain small changes in your decor in your house to bring in, you can bring those changes like feng shui or vastu corrections that you want to do. The same thing I would say is not only for this, also for Sagittarius, maybe because Rahu comes in the 4th house, they can look at certain reforms that they can bring through Vastu, some corrective measures that they need to do, feng shui or any other, items like putting a wind chime can help them. So these are some of the remedies that I would say. And one more thing I would also say, very, very important, which I would forget otherwise. See, when Ketu is transiting in your 9th house, do not forget to go and visit your Kuladevatam. This might be the best remedy I would give, because you would have forgotten your lineage from where your ancestors have worshipped. 9th house is also, 5th house, 9th house, both connect to your Kuladevatam.
Great, Dr. Pai. Aditya, what remedies would you recommend?
Yeah, so Rahu is in the 3rd and the Ketu is in the 9th, probably. So this again tells, what is 3rd and 9th. 3rd house is your hands and all, and 9th house is for, again, your leg region. Okay, so again, exercising probably a good remedy in itself, 3rd house, again, good for exercising, running, little bit of physical activity. 3rd house is also exertion and all. So possibly some hand related thing, maybe writing, sometimes chant when you do some mantra and all, maybe writing and doing the mantra chanting can be a good remedy in itself. So if you are chanting into some mantra, write those mantra and probably chant along with those lines. What is 3rd house? Siblings. Take good care of siblings, probably. Take good care of your relatives as per your houses. That's a remedy in itself, correct? As we have discussed before. So Rahu is in the 3rd house. So what you should do? Maybe have a good time with your siblings and then spend some quality time with them. Make them happy. And 3rd house is good. Rahu is good, probably. Rahu energies are a little bit nullified. So that can be a remedy in itself.
Great. So let's see. So with simple remedies, I would encourage for Capricorn natives is to maybe start a writing activity for sure. Start like sharing the knowledge which you might have and so forth. I can encourage that in general. Also in terms of
maybe one more I will say.
But yeah.
Because Rahu is in the 3rd, communication, and why don't we start a blog?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Writing
so
blog.
Exactly. So professional blog, hobby blogs, something like that. It might actually open up some more things. Usually with, I would also encourage in 3rd house, it is a good time period to try new things you have never tried. If you had a hobby and all that, definitely good time period. I mentioned it already, but definitely put effort towards that. It could be writing, communication, reading books, spending some time. Travel for hobby purposes also there. Blogging, vlogging and all that nowadays is a big trend. So all that I can encourage. Rahu is also in 3rd house of social media and all that. Good time period to get into all that. Usually Rahu is also linked with Chandana actually. So sometimes And fragrance, Dr. Pai mentioned wood. So make sure you're putting wood and all that on your hands actually. So I can encourage that. Fragrance in your arms, oil, essential oils and all that in your arms, all that I can encourage. One more thing with Rahu in the third house, I would encourage is to definitely they are recommend to feed cats actually. So feeding cats is Rahu. So it's a good thing to improve some energy. You have a neighborhood cat coming to your home with some milk or something. I would still encourage that. Now for Aquarius ascendant, Rahu's in the second house and Ketu's in the eighth house. So the second house of money, phase. Second house also the house of family. So definitely money will increase during this time period. Good chance for that. Definitely like money for charity can also increase. Pisces being the natural second house of charity. Also, I would encourage natural 12th house of charity. And Ketu in the 8th house can also make them deal with inheritance kind of issues and inheritance land and documents around inheritance and so forth. 8th house also insurance actually. So having to take care of insurance kind of needs and so forth can come during this time period. Definitely second house is the house of face. So they might have to make more public appearances where they have to show their face. So that kind of aspect can also come during this time period. Definitely there is also one more aspect where they are usually they say second house of speech is also getting Rahu like. So in general, you have to watch out for swearing publicly or anything like that. So that kind of thing. So you are swearing to your friend or cursing with your friend or whatnot. Now it's everyone in the Zoom meeting is hearing that, something like that, right? That kind of thing you have to watch out. Around the second house also, sometimes of course, if you swear or use curse word, your money is going down. So Rahu is bad word, bad speech. That's a different thing. So not a good idea to swear or curse words in general. Rahu in the second house can also sometimes mean you might usually find a worm in your food and all that. So Dr. Pai talked about deworming and all that. So watch out for that. So make sure you're not opening yourself to food poisoning kind of thing, because the restaurant is bad. It's already everything is bad, but then you go ahead and eat food from there. So then, of course, watch out for those kind of bad food thing also in general. Rahu in the second house sometimes can mean money is coming not from pure sources also. So just watch out for that. So in case you are accepting money, as Dr. Pai mentioned that you are accepting money from someone else, definitely we do more investigation or research about it, at least for sure, whether that money is coming from a pure source kind of thing also. So sometimes the person has given money to you, ever since then all the problems started. Good chance that money is not coming from a pure source. Something to be mindful about. Your job, your construction work is getting stuck and all that. Good chance money came from not any pure source kind of thing. One more thing with the Rahu in second house, I would say, is definitely to be open about trying new kinds of food also, but in a more controlled manner. So you have a weekend, you want to try some new cuisine, try that. You have been eating South Indian food for a long time, try North Indian cuisine. Or vice versa. You have been trying North Indian cuisine for some time, try South Indian cooking, something like that. That can be recommended. Rahu is usually the tendency to eat more fried food and all that. So just watch out for that. You might have the occasion where you might have to eat food like that, but don't don't invite Yamdev to your doorstep yourself, right? So that's a different kind of thing. Anyway, so over to you, Aditya. Good.
Okay. Aquarius Lagna, correct? I guess everyone looks like now.
Yeah, Aquarius now. Saturn is in Aquarius. You're feeling that right now, right?
Yeah. So Saturn, definitely. Saturn is Aquarius, Aquarius Lagna or Aquarius, especially moon sign, they are going to the peak Saraswati right now. So, and Saturn is also going over it. Rahu becomes in the second house and the Ketu is in the eighth house. Again, second and eighth, family and in-laws, striking a balance between them. Okay. And Jupiter is going from the third to the fourth house. So Saturn is basically in the first house, making you exhausted and all those things. Saturn making you lazy and all. Rahu in the second house, eating junk food and getting lazy. That can be one possibility. So watch out, as Sandeep mentioned, clearly, when I was just putting down those, when I saw those chart, immediately the food thing came in my mind. Of course, the food is also coming in my mind because we are hungry. The other thing was, the first point came to was the food related habits, because of the position of Saturn and Rahu. So watch for that. Managing resources can be a very strong constraint for Aquarius Lagna too. Since Saturn is in the first house, you have to take care of health. Rahu is the second house. Watch for your words. And mostly it is said, do not say something which you cannot complete on time or something like that. Just saying it, and then not completing. That can be landing into problems, and people can lose trust on you. So what if you can't do it, then don't do it. That's all. Otherwise, you have to sometimes say no. So maybe that can be another thing. Ketu in the 8th, and what happened? Jupiter, when it comes to if after May 2024, in the fourth house, will aspect the 8th house, and Ketu is already there. Jupiter is aspecting the 8th house, so that somehow 8th house themes will be becoming more active. And 8th house, we know, is the signs of occult, something hidden, something transformation. That all those things can come out, and you may be getting inclined towards that too. So if you have some interest in learning those skills, learning some occult science, good time for you. Also, 8th house is not just that. 8th house can be scandals too. 8th house can be in-laws too. So watch out for that too. Striking, as I said, striking a balance between the family and the in-laws can be a powerful theme. Rahu is, as I said, Rahu is the second. Watch out for words, but at the same time, don't say something, lie and all, sometimes that can be. I've seen this Rahu in second house. I'm not saying they are liars and all, but they have very convincing way of
Right.
style of convincing others. Somehow they will say something, give example, this, that, and all. And if you don't want to come out of the home, they will take you out of the home by some method to take you to the Walmart grocery for something. I've seen those. I don't know how they do that, but anyway, especially Rahu with. So I'm not saying liar as such. Maybe they maybe can be possible, but very convincing way of getting things done is one thing, which is Jupiter is coming into the from third to fourth. Fourth house is for happiness, homeland, and all. So that's again a positive thing. So overall, I see a good time, but managing resources, looking for food, sudden events can change, and also means basically I'm a little bit more worried for their health, especially because Sarisati is going, Saturn is going over the first house, can be a big thing. So watching your health can be a big thing, and balance with family members.
Right. Yeah. Great, Aditya. Over to you now, Dr. Pai.
Okay, for Aquarius Rashi people, they have to be more careful with this transit because Rahu is in the second house. Sometimes you do not mean to say things, but it can be misconstrued by other people, because those words, even though for you it might feel like, okay, I'm just trying to point out somebody's mistake, but it would come as a heavy criticism. Also, because Rahu is transiting the second house, sometimes your speech can also feel as sarcasm by the other. Maybe you don't mean to say that, but that is how it will be projected in the outside world. Also, for this transit for Aquarius Rashi, please be aware, you might have a tendency to over-promise and under-deliver, because Rahu has a tendency to, kind of, try to say something that I'll be doing this, and probably you'll only give very little. So be very measured in what you can and see the practical side of things. The focus will be heavily in this transition towards wealth creation. You will look at also multiple sources of creating wealth, and you're also going to think about being financially independent. I think a lot of ideas that will be coming, that you will have people telling you in the family, your friends trying to say, okay, you can do these areas from where you can start making more wealth. So I think trying to make money through various means, multiple sources. Then striking a very good balance between your materialistic and your spiritual thing might be a big battle, like because of Rahu-Ketu's transfer. The transformation is definitely going to happen. Ketu is happening through the 8th house. Like, we've already, Santip, you and Aditya, both of you have pointed out with insurance, with the, in-laws and family disputes and inheritances and impulsive behavior, finances, all of that would be standing out. Now, let me jump into the remediation part. One, Ketu in the 8th excellent time for doing tarpanam towards your ancestors. Maybe daily tarpanams can be very effective. Even if you can't do it daily, then you do it at least during the Amavasya time. That might be very helpful in reaching out. Feeding the needy and the poor and the street dogs can also be a very great way. In honor of your ancestors, you can feed bread, roti, chapati, anything to dogs and to people. Next, one remedy I would highly recommend, Rahu in the second. Try at least one day in a week, try to give up on onion and garlic. That might be a very good way. And also see if you can talk only which is how much is required. So don't overspeak and overdo. That's another thing. Try to see if you can avoid tobacco and alcohol, because Rahu is in your second house. It can become very addictive and habitual. Third is try as much as possible to avoid fizzy drinks and pops, which means like Coke, Pepsi, because they are dark colored, and Rahu is about black colored drinks you should avoid. Then in terms, if you feel sometimes some people will feel that maybe there is some kind of incantation has been done on me, or rather you would say some black magic has been done, some tantra or some abhichar has been done or something like that, where you feel that the best remedy for that is use of black turmeric. Black turmeric can be a very effective thing for combating the Rahu in the second house, because Rahu in the second house means something which is impacting your near and dear ones, something happening within your family also. It could be not directed towards you, but if it is directed towards your family, then it can also impact you in your peace of mind. Try to avoid as much as possible street food, because those fast foods can really create food poisoning or something, because Rahu in the second, right? So stale food coming, eating stale food, or what we say in Hindi, basi khana, which is, so try to avoid that. Then I think as another good remedy is for them to wear Rudraksh. It would be very good remedy for these people. So these are my tips for Aquarius Rashi.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Pai. Aditya, any tips, any remedies?
Yeah, since Rahu is in second and the Ketu is in the eighth, of course, that's a remedy in itself, which is very good remedy. Dr. Pai, avoid all those fizzy drinks and all. So keep a fast, maybe Saturday. One time less food, or maybe if you can't keep fast for the whole day, maybe eat in the morning and then probably at least for 12 hours. People like me who cannot be without food for a long time, they can keep a half a day fast. Yeah, always good. And it really helps, once maybe Saturdays are a day for Saturn and also for Rahu, so you can keep that day. So that's one thing. Managing your expenses and all, and keeping a good relation with your in-laws as well as with your family members, that can be a remedy in itself, because you're managing both second and eighth house energies there. Okay, so that can be a remedy, and probably of course, one common remedy will be, as I said, giving abhishekam, water abhishekam to Shivalinga and Belpatram abhishekam. That can be done, because this is a general remedy, because Ketu is in the sign of Virgo and Rahu is in the sign of Pisces. So water and the leaves, that's why I was saying that. Okay. And then control over your mouth. That will, remedies and all those things will be, with eating also and with saying also, both.
Right. Yeah.
Can be helpful.
That's great. So one thing I can encourage just with Rahu and Ketu, definitely for Aquarius native, is like donating Rahu-like items, like donating electronics, or Ketu is also threads actually. So donating clothes, cloth pieces, or even kambal and all that is for Ketu. So that is also something I can encourage. The Rahu in the second house, definitely I can encourage to chant mantras of Durga and all that. Any simple mantras of Durga, I can encourage that. Or Namali of Durga and all that, as I mentioned. The other thing with Rahu in second house is to give Durga food or goddess Varaha food, or Varaswamy food and all that. Goddess Kali is given food. Usually you have paisam for Goddess Kali, like the Jagrika Kheer and all that is usually offered for Goddess Kali. So that kind of thing I can encourage, which is also slightly a Rahu-like thing. Like more brown colored paisam more than the paisam or the kheer, which is brown colored kheer more than the white colored kheer. So I can encourage that darker colored kheer is being offered to those fierce deities. Also the Rahu in second house, one more thing I can encourage is to there is a very interesting ritual where they recommend to give to put copper coin to rivers and so forth. You can extend that to water bodies actually. Like you can put gold coins or silver coin. I mean, silver at least you can donate to water bodies, especially ponds, lakes, rivers. But ocean is something I can encourage. Now, usually around Pisces, you might lose a jewelry in ocean is one of the things they say. But at least donating it willingly encourage that. So donating silver jewelry directly to oceans or something. I won't say directly to ocean, but at least donate silver coin to ocean, or silver coin to river, or silver coin to a temple lake and all that. I can temple pond or something. I can encourage that in general. Rahu is also linked with usually in general. Rahu is a force of consumerism and artificial thing actually. So going back to nature or going back to wild nature. So opening up, what do you call it? Spending time in forest, but also creating some wild part and some like having some wild trees, wild plants, and so forth. I can encourage that. Those will also improve the energy slightly more in general. Now, wild plants would mean plants that grow in a forest. It's very interesting. They say the plants in if you taste anything that comes from a forest region and taste from a grocery store.
Did we lost him, Dr. Pai?
Yes, I think his internet may have. I think we'll wait for him to come back.
Yeah.
Because this freeze is for long, I think he'll drop off and then he'll relog in. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just telling that with regard to Rahu in second house, I mentioned donating the coins to a goddess or donating jewelry or gold to a goddess temple, especially, or a Vishnu temple also I would encourage in general. That will be one thing. Now, finally, we'll get to Pisces Ascendant. Pisces is, again, like Virgo natives will have a Samudramanthan happening in their life soon. So that is expected. Rahu-Ketu on the 1-7 axis. So whatever the status quo in their past 4-5 years would definitely go through a big change and so forth right now. This could be in terms of big opportunities, big moves, big things happening on the career front, actually. However, Rahu in the first house can also make you fall for illusion about yourself also. So Dr. Pai already mentioned about overselling yourself or saying something which you cannot do and all that and making it so that you can do it. Not doing that is a very good remedy. Rahu in the first house is also like a very important time period to take care of your health and all that. If your body has a problem, Rahu will make sure you're having force to take care of it right now. That can actually happen. Usually Rahu in the first house is a very powerful time period to make public appearance and so forth also. So if you are in social media, not active in social media right now is very powerful. Very good time period. Definitely I would encourage Rahu in the first house natives should do some spiritual practice because Rahu is also occult force in general. Any kind of spiritual practice right now is extremely powerful for Pisces native. However, Rahu in general will have the tendency to make you face problems and so forth that are out of the ordinary. So you are feeling like, why is it happening to me? I do not even expect right now what's going on right now and all. So you have to watch out for that. So in that regard, it's always advisable to do some simple Kavacham mantra like Durga Kavacham and all that. I would encourage Pisces native for sure. They need to do Durga Kavacham, and because Rahu's in the Lagna and all that, I would encourage that. The other side with Ketu in the 7th house is that natural tendency to be separated away from spouse can happen. Like spouse is traveling a lot or spouse has to go for work or something. That kind of thing can come. Ketu in the 7th house sometimes. Now, if you're not married, Ketu in the 7th house can bring you partners from past lives. So that can be a problem. So of course, you're married, you meet a partner from past life, you're like, I'm getting all these feelings, what do I do? that's a problem. So definitely that's that kind of thing you have to watch out for. Usually, Ketu in the 7th house, if you meet someone right now, good chance they are from past life. It might not last for too long. That's also one more thing to watch out for. Ketu, which usually Ketu in the 7th house transit, that's one thing to watch out for. However, Ketu in the 7th house can make you have public appearances because of your past deeds and all that kind of thing. Maybe you reconnect with someone, an old friend is inviting you back and so forth. That kind of karma can happen. One more thing with Rahu in the 1st house, that usually they say that Rahu in the 1st house native are more prone to Rahu like problems and all that. So more proneness to dryness kind of thing can happen. So just make sure those kind of issues are taken care of right now at least. Rahu in the 1st house can also make these natives open to immigration, moving to foreign lands, and big moves like that also, and all that. Sometimes they can be having immigration kind of karma happening, like Aditya mentioned before about visa kind of thing and all that. So those kind of issues could also be happening also during this time period. However, Pisces native, usually big energies, not an easy energy is expected around March and all that when the eclipse is happening for sure. Definitely Pisces and Virgo natives need to be more cautious around the eclipse time. Good chance that if you're getting a good job offer during eclipse time, after the eclipse over, that job offer might also go away. So just be very cautious of this eclipse energy during this time period for sure. So don't fall for illusions like that quickly. Don't fall for things that others are also selling to you. Also at the same time, just be mindful of that. Don't fall for deception, cheats, and all that. Right now, usually very important to be very cautious also during this time period. Rahu can sometimes mean they say in Hindi badnami, like bad name. So just watch out for that. So don't fall for those kind of things also during this time period. Over to you now, Aditya.
Yeah, finally, Pisces. So Pisces, as Rahu will be in the 1st house, Ketu will be in the 7th house, Jupiter is going from the 2nd to the 3rd house, and Saturn is going in the 11th house. 11th sign, 12th house, basically. So Rahu in the 1st, Ketu in the 7th. Of course, the time for transformation. Transformation in all most of the aspects of life, probably. Rahu in the 1st will make you to go out of your comfort zone. So be ready for it, and something to do which you have not done, which you're not uncomfortable. So that can be some situations coming out of that where you have to go through those. Okay, so come out of your comfort zone, probably. That may be the one of the main reason. Ketu in the 7th, on the other hand, will make you to, or if you have some partnership or some collaborations, maybe not, I'm not saying all marriages, but it can be business partnerships and all. Ketu is separation from them. Maybe you may have a fight with your partnerships in your business, maybe, who knows. Getting something separated out from that can be a possible theme. Okay. So that's one possible thing. So watch out for those if you're not going well with your business partnership. So this may be the time to get separated out, probably, and then start your own thing, probably. Ketu separating out from your partnerships, and then coming Rahu is like starting your own independent. Can be possible. Okay, so that type of coming out of your comfort zone. Coming out of your comfort zone is never easy, and you don't come out of your will, correct? No one comes out of the comfort zone just because they would like to. You're forced to do that. So that can be thing. But that's the way to success. So take it in a positive way and grow. Saturn, on the other hand, is going into the 12th house of hospitals and all those things. So watch out for health too. Rahu, 1st house, intelligence, thought, brain, and all those. Getting too much of worries and unnecessary straining your brain can be a possible thing. And then landing into hospital. Saturn in the 12th house. Unnecessary, don't do that. Keep a balance. Of course, a period of transformation, definitely agreed. But what you can do? I'm not saying everything is bad, but remember, after May 2024, Jupiter will be in the 3rd and directly aspecting Ketu, which is a 7th. But good for at that time, the things may grow up. Your partnerships can flourish, and something can positive may turn out. You may come out in the limelight of people. The 7th house is what? Outer world. Seventh house is outside, coming into the public limelight. So that can be a good, especially in field of which mostly related to something like meditation or spirituality or something like that. Ketu is a karaka of that, and Jupiter is helping. Jupiter is knowledge. So that can be a good thing coming up later in the second half of 2024. Also, So I will say overall, when you summarizing all those things, watch out for some untoward incidents coming out of the comfort zone. Be ready for it. If you're doing some partnerships and all, be ready for that. Some ups and downs there, or maybe with your wife too, who knows, or husband, partner. And do not overexert yourself. Keep a cool balance. Everything needs to be balanced, and unnecessary headaches, unnecessary worries can make you to land in hospitals or something like that. So you don't want that. But a period of transformation is seen. Transformation is always good, let's say, put in a positive way. Okay. Talking about remedies, let me talk about remedies too, because again, so talking about remedies, we will say, of course, same thing as you have for Virgo. Watch out for yourself, look for yourself, engage in some exercise and something, watching for your own body will be helpful. Okay, spend some time in nature or something, go around that, good for that. Of course, Jupiter, and then probably some creativity, Rahu, whenever it comes to the first house, your creativity and all things comes up. So something like creativity things and all can be coming up. So be prepared to sell your creative ideas and all those things if you have. But very important is take good care of you. And if possible, go outside in nature, have a good time, focus on your health, and do not worry.
Okay, great, Aditya. Thank you for that. Dr. Pai, over to you.
Okay. For all Pisces Rashi people, I would say finally that Rahu has come over the first house. A lot of concentration will be on you, which means you will be the center of attraction. A lot of attention, you would be seeking a lot of attention as well. The spotlight will be on you. You would also be investing on your personal growth, maybe through wanting to go for certain courses, certain conferences where you can get to be a speaker. So there might be a lot of focus on those areas of your life. Also, then, in this whole thing about trying to be self-centered and self-focused, you might neglect your partnerships, your relationships, your companionship. Might feel sometimes they are lonely because Ketu is transiting through the 7th bhava for you. So, but the 7th bhava Ketu transition might be excellent for you because it can give you heightened states of intuition, some supernatural experiences that can be also felt. Then you are into an evolved state of mind. You might want to read the scriptures, the Upanishads, the Puranas, the Vedas. So somewhere there might be a lot of attention on those areas of your life as well. Now, going to the remedies part, I want to say, because Rahu is in your first house, you might have a fascination for wearing different kinds of head scarves, caps, hats, turbans. You might be fascinated by that, and you might get to go to opportunities where you have to wear a flashy hat. You might be going for a derby, which means, where there's horse racing, places like that, where you get to dress up and deck up and go. Also, what I feel is the other thing is you might, as a remedy, might want to offer a crown or a kirita or something to a place of worship, like a Devi temple or something. That might be very excellent if you feel it's very overwhelming. This is a very good time for awakening your Kundalini energy, because this axis of Rahu and Ketu is over your Sahasrara chakra, which is your head, and Ketu is in the 7th, which is like your Muladhara chakra. So this is a very good time for you to go into learning meditation, Kriya, Kundalini awakening. Okay. Then I would say this is the time when you would probably want to invest something into buying a very good japamala. See, Ketu, when it is in the 7th, it is good to start doing prayers with a red sandalwood japmala, 108. And doing japa. Japa is a very good thing for you for elevation. One more thing I've seen, now I don't know how many of them have paid attention to this. See, Venus in certain iconography is also shown associated with frogs. And in Feng Shui, I realized that getting a three-legged frog with a coin in his mouth, because see, Rahu is in your first house, you are going to attract a lot of wealth coming your way, or certain, transformations in your well-being, in your materialistic. So generally, in Feng Shui, they bring a three-legged frog with a coin in their mouth, and the coin should be facing towards inwardly to your house, so that there is money flowing in. Then I also feel offering a lotus flower to any Vishnu temple might be very good, because see, Sahasrara, which means it is a lotus of 1,000 flowers, which is getting awakened, because Rahu is sitting there. Rahu is all about that. And then it is happening in the Pisces sign, which is connected to Vishnu Aditya. So doing that. Then also I would say, because Ketu is also sitting in the 7th house, probably putting a flag of Hanumanji or something on a top of a temple, that might also be an opportunity you will get, and that will actually give you a lot of recognition in the society, because it's the 7th house and Ketu is the flag. So you want to uplift that area of your life, and that might also help you with your relationships. And then lastly, I would say distribution of some blankets, which is mostly like black and white checks related blankets, and donation of that might be a great remedy for these people.
Great, Dr. Pai. So for Rahu-Ketu remedy, one thing I would encourage is to minimize buying black clothes and black items and so forth, if you can. So black is usually a Rahu. Now, usually depressed people tend to wear more black clothes, not by accident, so by energetic design. So make sure you're not putting yourself to depression forces for that. And the thing with Dr. Pai shared excellent remedies with flag and all that. So any kind of flag and all that is very good. Rahu is also, Rahu in the Lagna also would encourage a simple remedy. I mean, it's the simplest thing. Every day, put some chandan on your forehead. Simplest thing, actually. First house is basically your head. Put some chandan exactly on your forehead. Very powerful remedy. If you do that as a habit, it's a good thing. Usually, they say in the morning time, you put the chandan, and the evening time, you put basma, actually. So that's one of those typical things. It's a very simple thing, but very powerful when you do it, and so forth. Usually, another simple thing also I can encourage that when you get flowers from a temple, to smell that flowers also, I can encourage that. And of course, smell the flowers is a simple expression to just live your life with more presence and so forth. So Rahu can sometimes be obsessions and so forth, which are driving us. So we have to learn to ground ourselves, at least smell the flowers that are around us, kind of thing. Simple remedy on that front. But smelling the flowers of a temple, though, once you start smelling it, you will feel that difference very strong. I cannot say that enough. Very powerful remedy, actually. They recommend to smell the flower through the right nostril also when you do that. That's also recommended when you smell the flowers. The other thing with Rahu in the first house also I would encourage is to usually helping out a lower life form, as it's called. Rahu can also represent insects and so forth. So you have an opportunity to kill a cockroach, don't kill a cockroach, right? Put it out or something, that kind of thing, I can encourage. You have an opportunity to kill an ant, take that ant away or something, I can encourage that. Rahu can represent other life forms lower than you also in general. So just watch out for that also. I would encourage that as is possible. So sometimes now you have a snake in your home and all that, killing a snake, you're inviting problems. So if a snake comes in your home, Nagadosha and all that is very famous, Sarpadosha and all that is very famous doshas in astrology. But at least make sure you're calling a snake catcher or something to take that snake away. I would encourage that also. Usually, Rahu in the Lagna also, Rahu is in Pisces sign, a good time period to take care of an aquarium and all that, to be frank. If you have an aquarium and take care of it, usually they do, I think I heard Dr. Pai once mentioned to do the feed wild fishes and all that. That is a very good remedy right now, especially with Rahu in Pisces and so forth. Feeding wild fishes in ponds and lakes and all that, I would encourage that also. Now, I finished a lot of ground, but I still want to quickly cover when Rahu and Ketu was transiting over each of those Grahas, actually. So we'll quickly talk over that. So when Rahu is transiting over Sun, so I'll talk about what will happen when Rahu is transiting over Sun and when Ketu is transiting over Sun. Then I'll ask Aditya and Dr. Pai to talk about that also. We'll quickly cover that. I mean, there's already a marathon, so but we'll still do that. So when Rahu is transiting over Sun, definitely watch out for themes about focusing on your own career, wanting to put yourself out there, and definitely wanting to do what you have been wanting to do for a really long time. So like really doing what you have been wanting to do for a long time in terms of a career can open up. Sun can also make you chant mantras and learn Jyotisha also, and also handle karmas of your Pitris also right now. When Ketu is transiting over your Sun, that time spiritual aspect of yourself can happen more easily. Again, Jyotish kind of knowledge can also happen here also. Also, tendency to deceive authority figures or government kind of thing can also happen. Watch out for that also with Ketu transit over the Sun. Now, Aditya, quickly about Rahu Ketu over the Sun.
Well, of course, one has to take not only on plans but also on what houses they occur. But irrespective of those, Rahu transit on Sun, it's a Grahani yoga basically. Like if you get
right
Moon and all position, if you see. So Rahu transit over Sun, of course, a tough time for your father may be possible, and something. What is Sun? Sun is your ego. Sun is your ahankara and all those things. And there's a blemish on that probably. Rahu is like a blemish. What is that? You said dag, correct? What?
Right.
The word.
Dag, yeah.
So maybe that can, or something, if you're overconfident, maybe that can create a problem or something like that. Sun is also your health probably, so physical health that can be affected because Rahu going over your Sun, especially if it's in 12th house and all, then it's landing into hospitals and all. So those things, especially your confidence can be a little bit shaken off, your physical health can be a little bit gone. Maybe some problems to your father can also happen, or maybe some problems coming from the government side can also happen because all these are ruled by the Sun.
What about Ketu transiting over Sun?
Oh, Ketu transiting over Sun, of course. Now it's a similar because you cannot really take Rahu and Ketu separately, I will say. But Ketu also, because if you have Ketu transiting over Sun, exactly opposite is your Rahu point. So similar themes can occur, but it will be more like, killing your ego, or maybe Ketu will take you to more inward probably. Rahu over your Sun can sometimes maybe even boost up your ego, or sometimes some can cause some other issues probably. Ketu will be like, okay, fine, you understand it probably, and that can be another whole set of on the other side, because every aspect will have two extremes.
Right, great. That's good. Dr. Pai, over to you. Like Rahu Ketu transit over Sun.
I think Rahu's transit over Sun can definitely bring in some issues related to bones, like osteoporosis, arthritis, because Sun would be essentially associated with your bones. So even sometimes I've also seen there can be calcium deficiencies, there can be vitamin D3 deficiencies that can happen because Rahu can bring you deficiencies. And Sun, essentially, all those things like bones, calcium, D3, all of this can be deficient. That can happen. Ketu coming over can give you sometimes undiagnosable diseases also can be there. And it can also bring Ketu's transit can sometimes trigger certain genetically, genetic diseases can come up. Like, for example, you'll suddenly be detected with diabetes or blood pressure, cholesterol related issues that is coming genetically from your families. It can also show you sometimes certain curses that have come from your family, like Pitrudoshas that you have to go and remedy. You might have to go to special places of worship, like you might have to go to Gaya for doing some Tarpanam. Gokarna in Karnataka is very famous for doing Tarpanam, or going to Varanasi, going to Jagannath Puri. So some places where your ancients have actually gone and prayed to. And even Jyotirlingas might be also showing you that you might have to visit certain Jyotirlingas, because Sun is connected to Shiva and all those places with Shiva. So one of the themes I'm also thinking that if you have Ketu going over your Sun can give you opportunity to visit a place Kailash, which is sitting behind you, because Ketu is Shiki. Shiki means mountain tops. So visiting such places like where you're seeing, or Kedarnath, which is also on the Himalayan mountain. So visiting Badrinath, Kedarnath, Haridwar, these places, it can give you opportunities to take you to.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Pai. So now we'll go to Rahu transit.
Sun is
Sorry?
Atma. Sun is Atma.
Yeah.
So Atma Karaka places, going to the God. Maybe, yeah, makes sense.
Right. Yeah. So Rahu transit to Moon. Moon will be the natural Amatikarka then. So Moon is actually giving, Moon, Rahu transit to Moon can actually in this range increase the mental pressures actually. So watch out for that. Emotional fluctuations and so forth, you can experience that, especially for females, especially when Rahu is transiting over Moon in general. Definitely there can be overall confusion and so forth and all that. Or it's a good time period to get some emotional clarity though. Rahu will will try to elevate your emotional understanding of yourself very strongly. Usually changes in home or residences can happen, changes with property kind of thing can also happen. And now when Ketu transits over Moon also, something similar can happen with regard to mother and all that. Mother having challenges and so forth is expected. However, Ketu can also make you have a spiritual inclination towards Moon. So maybe you are studying some Devi mantras, Devi practices and all that is starting up. Shiva practices could also be starting up right now. Or you might even study nakshatras also, Ketu transit to Moon and all that. That kind of thing can also happen very strongly during this time period. Now, go ahead, Aditya.
Yeah, the Moon is a karaka of, karaka of mind and what you say, manaso jatak, that's what they say. So karaka of mind and all. So Rahu going over that can obscure your mind, not clarity, the thoughts probably, getting over ambitious probably and taking wrong decisions on that. I want to put more money in share market or something like that. Because why I'm saying share market? Because of course, Moon, is a
Right.
karaka. It's like connected to the second house where it gets exalted and Rahu boost up its more ego probably there, and then that can be an issue. Probably you can lose some money or some resources in share markets and all those things. So that can be a problem. But at the same time, Ketu over Moon, of course, Moon is the karaka of mother. Moon is making it to go a little bit retrospect or introspect and something like that, and can also sometimes call depression. Thinking too much, maybe people going into some depression and all can be caused. Of course, you have to see the strength of all those planets and houses and all those things. So that can be an issue, and managing the resources can be a difficult. A lot of mental pressures, as you said, it's the right word in this today's world. So look out for those things. Highly probably taking some wrong decisions and then suffering when Rahu going over Moon, or going into a state of depression or something and spoiling your own health.
Dr. Pai, Rahu-Ketu.
The Rahu-Ketu over your Moon, couple of themes that I have observed is something to do with your psyche. You might need some help sometimes because you're not able to understand what is happening. Sudden interest in metaphysics, sudden interest in ancient aliens, wanting to be initiated under a cult or a teacher or a guru, wanting to suddenly leave everything and travel without any proper concrete goals, sudden feeling of wanting to feel connected to certain places. I have had people coming, when I'm seeing their transits that are happening over the Moon, they feel that they are a reincarnation of something, or they recollect something that has happened in their past life. They say, oh, I was in this place and I was a pilot, I was flying a plane and the plane crashed. I have had that kind of experiences told to me, and they are vividly remembering many of these incidents. Then there would be many phobias and fears that might come up. Sometimes it can lead to panic attacks, and if it is really really high, because it depends on the phase of the Moon that their Moon sign is, it can sometimes lead to depression, anxiety, and if it deteriorates without proper treatment, it can lead to insanity as well. So these are some of the themes that I've seen, and sometimes I've also seen Rahu and Ketu's influence on Moon can also make you want to adopt another religion or faith or belief system. Suddenly you're interested in some other faith, belief systems, and you're just wanting to go and do their mantras, you want to do certain incantations, you want to do certain practices, because they are very, very, you self-doubt yourself and you want to go and adopt something which is more acceptable.
I have seen something like especially Rahu and Ketu going over your Sun and Moon. People go into more of suddenly they're more into more of meditation, and all things can also happen.
Right, true. Yeah.
chantings, which
Yeah.
we have not done, like 40,000 chantings of Rahu or Ketu or something like
Yeah.
that. Those suddenly they are not done in life, and now they got a boost, and then take 40 days, that mantra day thing, one
Yeah.
mandala and then they will do those. I've seen those.
Yeah, makes
And
sense.
And I also have seen people who get into a lot of paranoia, thinking that
Right.
somebody has done some black magic, sorcery thing on them. They'll go to 100 astrologers, tantrics, asking, do you think something has happened to me? Somebody has done some black magic on me or white magic, blah, 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 blah. I think that is what the paranoia is. They can't explain themselves what they're going through, and they feel that some external entity is trying to hurt, or they're getting possessed, or they being followed by some spirits. All of these things will be there. I've also seen when Ketu is going over your moon, it can give you interest in palmistry, interest in sciences where you have to talk through a medium or a psychic to the other world, which means the world of the dead, which means, oh, you have just lost your mother or your father, and you suddenly go to a crystal gazer and saying, can you speak to my deceased father? And I want to talk to them.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Great, Dr. Pai. Great. Let's see. So now when we have Rahu and Ketu, Rahu transit over Mars can increase aggression for sure, increase the tendency to have conflicts and so forth, especially problems with friends and all that you have to watch out. Can definitely make you work out a lot, can definitely make you study martial arts or go to gym or at least do yoga and all that very strongly right now. It can also increase your interest for tantric practices or Kriya Yoga or yoga related practices also. That can also happen right now. When Ketu transfer Mars, this blind aggression kind of karma can happen. And that's also a thing to watch out for during this time period. Ketu transfer Mars also, it can be very important in terms of separation from siblings moving to a different land. That kind of karma can also happen with Ketu Mars. Yeah. Go ahead, Aditya. Yeah.
Okay, so as you said, Rahu and Ketu over Mars. Mars is what anger issues and all, and Rahu Ketu going over there can trigger that. So my own case, I remember a few years back when Rahu was going over Mars. That's what I fought with my ex-boss, and then said, "That's it. I'm leaving the job. You take your job, do whatever you want." That's what happened with me. I remember Rahu going over my Mars. So of course that can happen. Of course, depends upon which house and that and all those C or higher officials and all. So that did happen. Ketu over Mars in my life, I'm not able to recollect, but I have seen those people, as you said, hopeless anger and something, taking some wrong decisions. And that can be fire issues probably in home, because Mars is what? Again, fire, and Ketu is again boosting it. So fire issues. Now, fire issues is not just home, like home catching fire, but it can be something heat related issues in your body too. Mars is your Deha Karaka too. Your Karaka for your physical body. Ketu is again heat. So maybe something heat related issues can come up in the body too. So watch out for those two things. So definitely anger, heat. You can clearly see the themes of Rahu Ketu with heat and all. What will happen. So those things. It can be physically, it can be manifesting in your physical body, or maybe outside to your boss or to your family members, or so something like that. Definitely something anger, heat, problems.
Great. Thank you, Aditya. Dr. Pai, Rahu Ketu over Mars.
Rahu Ketu over Mars. Ketu will definitely make you a rebellion, a revolt, a revolutionary, a separatist. Sometimes with the very strong belief systems of saying that we have to use force or we have to take up weapons. Now what you're seeing currently in the war that are being fought, sometimes it's a very strong thing for your land, because Mars is land, protecting your land or gaining your land or separatist movement. You see what is happening. Rahu and Ketu have almost changed signs, and all over the world you have the Khalistanis, the movements which has become really a big thing, which has led to a lot of differences between Canada and India. Also, what you see, what is happening with Palestine, with Hamas, and with Israel, it's all about this combination of Mars and Ketu coming together. It was also the time when, Mars and Ketu were transiting through Mool Nakshatra when you have 9/11. So you can see that it is something which is very explosive. Mars and Ketu can bring explosiveness in your behavior. So you have to really control. Sometimes it can be fanatism, it can be religious indoctrinations that can also be very, very high, right? Rahu, unusual behavior, unusual fantasies, fetishes that you will see. These people would harbor and they want to probably. Sometimes you will think that this is a normal person who's walking, but when they have Mars Rahu combinations, they have suddenly spurt of wanting to do certain things which might be a taboo for their religion, for their tradition. They want to go out of the box and do some things, because they're driven by passion. So there might be also sometimes sneakiness, and somebody who is a armed robbery. You have seen these people who just come to a supermarket and come with guns and they want to, say, give me everything. So armed robbery is all Mars Rahu combination. Okay, and it can also give you some sort of dementia also, and misconstruction with your mind.
Right. Yeah, no, that's those are definitely points to watch out for. So definitely guard yourself and all that for sure. So be more aware, be more prepared and all that. Great. So let's see. So now when Rahu is transiting Mercury, interest in studies can come, interest in studying something new, pursuing a hobby, the need for travel, the need to ask increased questions can also come. Mercury is also the natural sixth law of the zodiac, which will also make you more aware of your health and all that. So you might invest in those gadgets and so forth, which is taking care of your health. You buy an Apple Watch, you buy a smart watch, something like that. Mercury Rahu can also make that happen. Ketu transfer Mercury, there can be interest in reconnecting with the old friends, reconnecting with the old neighbors, connecting with the uncles and aunts can also happen. Sometimes separation from uncles and aunts can also happen. Either they are moved to a different land and so forth. That kind of thing can also happen. Ketu transfer Mars, Mercury is also important time to take care of documents and so forth and all that. Sometimes Ketu transfer Mercury can be linked with studying Vishnu's thing, learning the Shastras as it's called. Astrology interest can also develop very strongly with Rahu or Ketu transfer Mercury also. Go ahead, Aditya.
Yes, Rahu-Ketu over Mercury. Mercury is a karak of intelligence and logic and reasoning and all those things. So Rahu going over that naturally can make you go into more into those. If Mercury is strongly placed, very well placed, very good for you, benefit for you, then definitely you can go with much more a lot of logic thinking and all those things, and you will excel in those areas, become more energetic, more thing and in those. So that's a good, because Mercury and Rahu are typical. They are like, Mercury is nothing but sometimes I feel maybe a small something like a Rahu energy there in Mercury, but not like Rahu as such, but you have that. And in fact, Rahu feel comfortable in Mercury's house. We know that. And someone says that Mercury's Virgo is his own house too. So anyway, so Rahu Mercury, if it is a benefit, definitely will more into thoughts, maybe go into more share markets, making more money, management, all those things can come up. If you're into a science related field or scientist or something, very good for you. I remember my days when Rahu was going over Mercury, beautiful time, enjoyed, very enthusiastic about doing research and all. So that was a good time. So of course, Mercury should be well placed. That's a different thing. Ketu over Mercury can make you, of course, Mercury is thoughts. Ketu is about introspection and all. Maybe thoughts about introspection, retrospection, and all those things, and taking you deep down there. Good for mathematics, probably. Can be a possible too, because Ketu and Mercury both can be, so those things can be possible with that. Good for learning and thinking and logical and analytical for outside field as well as for inside field too. Ketu will make you to go inside maybe, and Rahu will make you to go outside. Now, if that is a badly placed, probably, then Ketu can with Mercury can make some neurological issues can come up, because Mercury is a karak for that. Maybe some neurological issues can come up, something like problem with not remembering, people forgetting things, and all those things can happen, especially with Mercury also and with Moon also sometimes. So those things can be an issue.
Okay, Dr. Pai, how do you see Rahu-Ketu over Mercury?
Rahu with the Mercury can give interest in speculation, sometimes over speculation, gambling, losing money because of trading. There are a lot of people youngsters who are being attracted to trading, and they lose heavily in trading because Rahu can make you feel that you are invincible. After doing 2-3 trades, you think you can, make a lot of money. That can also give you illusion, deception by friends. The close people that you think that your friends will backstab you. There is backstabbing. Ketu can give you some sort of interest, or you get attracted to fake gurus or fake cults or fake things. Also, maybe your communication equipments like your cell phone falls down, has a crack. I've seen when Mercury is with Ketu, these people's the mobile phone screens are always cracked. There is a crack, they go and repair it again, it falls down and there is a crack. So it's better sometimes they don't even go and repair it, say that if I repair it, it'll again break, because Ketu is the break. Okay, so break in communication, break in education can also happen if you feel disinterested in your education.
Yeah,
I can see that Ketu over Mercury. I'm just remembering a case.
Yeah.
Just my sister's case, I should say this. Ketu was going over Mercury. She goes, repairs the phone. I did not realize till now. When you said it, I realized it. Of course, I did not even think about those things. So she repairs the phone, brings her back, and again the phone has a problem, and then she was like, why did I go? I should have been like, get a new phone and fix it off. But then she said that, okay, it was a good try, because we were thinking what to do. And then, okay, let's give a try. Let's see what happens. And then it was like, okay, the same problem occurred after that. Now I realized, yes, Ketu was over Mercury. True.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's see. Now, Rahu, Ketu over Jupiter. So when Rahu stands to Jupiter, interesting studies can happen, interesting spiritual studies can happen. The need to connect with the guru can happen right now. Interesting expanding your books can also happen. You might just go buy 100 books one day or something. That kind of thing can also happen. When Ketu is over Jupiter, you might be reconnecting with a guru or philosophy, mentorship, reconnecting with the coach, interest in coaching. Or if you are a guru in a past lifetime, students from past lifetime can show up, past life gurus can show up right now. All that's a very strong thing. Jupiter can also make you travel to spiritual places or spiritual vortexes kind of thing, as it's called, also during this time period. That can also happen with Ketu transit Jupiter. One more thing with Ketu Jupiter is also past life with Vishnu actually. So Vishnu kind of karma can also become very strong right now, especially with Rahu Ketu being in Pisces and Virgo sign and so forth. So some Vishnu kind of karma, continuing Krishna or Vishnu kind of energies can happen very strongly right now also. Now go ahead, Aditya.
Yes, Rahu and Ketu over Jupiter. Jupiter is what? Knowledge. Rahu boosting up. So boosting up of knowledge, thinking more about yourself, that can be a problem. Expansion, egoistic issues can come up, probably, possible. That can happen. So watch out for those. But if it is nicely placed, good for learning higher education or technical education. Jupiter is learning. Rahu is technical education, technical learning can really go high. Ketu over Jupiter, of course, Ketu is spirituality, Jupiter is there. That's a good point. Maybe it will take you to, far-reaching depth of spirituality, probably, and you will learn some new things there. Especially when I see about this Brigu Nandi Nadi and all, where Jupiter is considered as a Jiva Karaka and all, then that can be a problem.
Right.
That can be a problem there too. And if it is, especially I will remind you, watch out for, I know I have not done this exercise, which I really want to do this project work, take a chart, especially see which planets are your Maranaka, not Maranakaraka, what is that? Second
Maraka.
house, Marakasthana. Second house and the seventh house. See which planets are lords of this Marakasthana. And if you know those planets, and see what happens when Rahu-Ketu goes over it.
Right.
People can put that in the comment. This is just like for my research purpose. identify the Mahaksthana lords, which is your second lord and seventh lord, and recollect what happened when Rahu was exactly going over those Marak lords. Exactly means plus minus 1 degree only. I won't take 10 degrees. Okay, especially if there's a Marak lords and all, and if Rahu-Ketu goes, then definitely your Maraka. Okay, something will happen. Okay, watch out for it. Not that every time that will happen. It can be in different degrees, but see those things. So that's why I got interested in more doing those to check. Basically, it's a good point to see. Ketu, on one hand, yeah, Ketu going over Jupiter can make you to go into much more spiritual depths. So that's, and Rahu, if it is good, knowledge increased and all. If it is bad, ego can really come up. Okay, either you can go and become little learned saint, or maybe become a Rava to you.
Right. Great. Thanks, Aditya. So, Dr. Pai, what about Rahu-Ketu or Jupiter?
Rahu or Jupiter, interest in Tantra, interest in esoteric knowledge, information, occult studies. Also, to some extent, if Rahu is going over Jupiter, sometimes your conventional wisdom would also be challenged. You might also fall out with your teacher or your guru, because you might also argue with them. It's like a Guru Chandal yoga, right? What is Guru Chandal? Which means you are trying to, if there is a particular method in how things are being done, you want to do it out of the box. Rahu wants to, when it's going over here, it will not want you to do the way everybody does. You want to really take some shortcuts in your life. Okay, so there is sophistication also that can bring into your life. Ketu's connection, interest in Ayurveda, interest in herb, interest in going to far off lands, in seeking peace of mind, in seeking spiritual, which means many people would want to visit India, go to spiritual places, want to come many miles away to meet their teacher, be in an ashram, learn meditation, pranayama, serving a guru, seva bhav, because they are very confused in life. They need somebody like a solid pillar to guide them through that phase of darkness. So, but heightened forms of metaphysical information, huge knowledge that can come from nowhere, wanting to be in Buddhist monasteries, going to a church, going to the church prayers. All of these things can happen with the Ketu going over with Jupiter.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Pai. So now we get to Rahu-Ketu Transit over Venus. So Venus is, of course, Karaka for spouse and relationship. So if you're unmarried, your marriage energy could expand significantly. Relationship energy could expand significantly. And that can be said. If you're not in relationship and all that, the need to have a partner kind of thing could also expand significantly. If you are married, sometimes the Rahu can also invite a stranger kind of thing also to your life. So just be cautious of that. Usually, Rahu can mean being openness to different kinds of relationships also when transits of Venus. Maybe you are enjoying food in a different way. You're enjoying a different kind of time. You're watching different kinds of movies now and all that. Now, in general, it's always advisable to minimize horror movies and all that. So in general, it's a simple principle. The more horror you watch, the more horror your life will be. Similar to that. It depends upon the energy which you carry, to be frank. Some people don't need to, people with Mars and all that, they need to watch more Rahu kind of thing. But in general, in principle, it is good to be mindful of the energy that you are inputting. So just watch out. Venus is, Aditya brought over the Maraka point. Venus is a natural marker of the zodiac. So increased tendency to eat sugar and all that can actually happen right now. So just watch out for that with Rahu transit of Venus. Usually when Ketu transit of Venus, this natural disinterest towards these kind of things can come. Ketu transit of Venus is very good for goddess worship though. Any kind of goddess mantras and all that can come very strongly during this time period. Lalita Sahasranama chanting, all that kind of thing can happen very strongly during Ketu transit of Venus. Ketu transit of Venus can also separate you from spouse or partner. So sometimes that can come because of a spouse has to work or you have to travel or something like that. A deeper spiritual karma can happen. Mystical kind of works can be linked with. Venus is also having a tantric side to it. So definitely interest in tantras can also come forth. Interest in studying dance and art forms can also come. when Ketu stands to Venus also right now. Go ahead, Aditya.
Yes, Rahu over Venus. Yes, as you said, Venus is relationships and all those things. So definitely Rahu comes boosted. People who are getting unmarried, good for them. People who are married, control them. What else to say? You know. But Rahu or Venus is sometimes good too because it gives money and all those things. It's a lot of, as you said, no, that's a good point which you have said. It's a second lord and the seven, natural second and seven. So it's a natural Maraka lord. And especially see what happens when Rahu goes over the Venus for each and everybody's chart because it's a natural Kalpurush Maraka, you can say Marak lord. So when Rahu goes over your Venus, just see what happened on that day, probably, or during that week, plus minus 1 degree, but good for earning wealth, maybe luxurious things and all. That can be good. And if if Venus is good, then probably it will be very nice. Of course, Venus, very learned too. Venus and Rahu, Karak of occult and all. So black magic, Tantra, and all those Shastras also can be very good for those during those times. Ketu over Venus, Ketu is what? Separation. Ketu is over, doesn't want that, going to moksha and all, completely opposite of Venusian energies probably. And that's where two things are opposite, it's both planets have opposite energy. So that may not be that good, but good for spirituality and all. Because Venus is not just luxurious and all those things. Venus can be also good for spirituality, higher realm of Venus, especially see in Anandamayi's chart. Nata Anandamayi, Venus is exalted, and probably if you have such type of Venus, Ketu is definitely a, what you say, a flag or a boon to increase that. So that good for spirituality, yoga and all those things. Rahu over Venus, good for materialistic. Ketu over Venus, good for spirituality. Now you know where to go. If you're a materialistic person, you like Rahu plus Venus. If you're a spiritualistic person, you like Venus plus Ketu. Decide, maybe shift. That's what Krishna did, When this is there, you shift to materialism, then spiritualism, materialism. And that's the ideal way that Krishna does probably. Happy at all times. Flexibility.
Right. Great. Now, Dr. Pai, what about Rahu-Ketu transit to Venus?
Rahu's transit over Venus, huge interest in wanting to attain celebrity status, wanting to rub shoulders with people in power, people who are from the cinema, the television industry, also with the cosmetics, fashion, design, these kind of things, because Rahu is really wanting to be noticed and be recognized with everything to do with these things. You would see people interested in wanting to be associated with great painters, sculptors, artists, fine arts, musicians, dancers, all of this, because all kinds of fine arts, Venus, even poets. This can make them suddenly interested in Sufi music. Rahu going over your Venus, poetry, shairi, all of these things can happen. Ketu going over your Venus can bring some scandals also, sexual scandals. Rahu with Venus can also give you sexually transmitted diseases as well. Ketu can bring in Kundalini energies, awakening of that, but also give you interest in some things like, tantric sex, those teachers who want to teach that. And then how there is a lot of exploitation that happens in the name of spirituality and enlightenment and awakening your Kundalini and changing and shifting your energies. There is mysticism that is definitely there. There might be a little bit of witchcraft that might also be involved with Venus, Ketu going over your Venus. I've also seen when this goes, sometimes people can have stammering related problems. I've seen when Ketu is going over your Venus, because also impotency sometimes can also be low sperm count, erectile dysfunction. These things can happen in case the dashas and the yogas are also promising.
Okay, great, Dr. Pai. Now we get to Rahu-Ketu transit to Shani. So Rahu transit Shani definitely can make you feel like wanting to change your job and all that. Sometimes conflicts at work can also increase. Stress levels can also increase with Rahu transit to Shani. Shani Rahu is a Shrapit dosh. So Dr. Pai initially, I mean, if you are this long, we are like 3.5 hour mark or something. But initially, Dr. Pai mentioned about the Drida Adhat karma and all that, the free will karma and all that. Shani Rahu is forming a Shrapit dosh usually, the worst, one of these worst dosha. So make sure you're not doing something that you regret later and all that during this time period. That's a big thing. Rahu transit to Shani also one important thing that can come is that need to discipline yourself or need to be in a clean environment kind of thing can also increase significantly. Needing to have now usually Rahu can also ignite problems with work or your servants as it's called. So that can also happen. Problems with maids and all that can come during this time period. Elders or elder sibling can also have some challenges when Rahu stands to Shani. Shani can also increase stress levels at work. So you'll have to make sure you're putting in disciplined work. Usually, in general, Rahu will make you undisciplined, is what it says. So then you'll be forced to become disciplined because you are kind of going out of the boundaries and so forth and all that. Usually, the tendency to waste time is also there when Rahu transits to a Shani. There's something to watch out for. When Ketu transits to a Shani, though, there can be a natural tendency to change your job. So that's one thing that can come. Ketu transits to Shani can also may separate you from your elder siblings. Can also make you study about more Raudra Devatas kind of thing for like Kal Bhairav, Goddess Kali, that kind of thing. Ketu transits to Shani can also be an excellent time period for volunteering and all that also. A good chance that some of your past life karmas are coming forth and you want to do some seva towards that particular thing. Spiritual service and all that is excellent thing when Ketu transits Shani happens also. Hanumanji worship and Hanumanji sadhana is also something that might happen when Ketu transits Shani also. Go Aditya.
Yeah, so Rahu over Shani is a karaka of karma. So karma karaka Rahu is coming. So of course, if Shani is good, Shani is nice, Shani is exalted, Rahu over Shani will be positive. And I have seen some charts where Rahu over Shani has given very excellent results, which was very strange. I was like, what's happening here? You know, so Rahu over Shani is good for, it may reward you probably if it is in a nicely placed house and exalted Shani and all those, exalted Rahu, very good. Okay, and maybe Shani is karma, Rahu is technology, research and all. So if you're into those things, Rahu Shani is a very good time probably. Of course, now it becomes different if it is in 6th, 8th, 12th. So, but if it is good house, nicely exalted, good, maybe it will be a positive, give you a boost basically, especially for a logical and analytical career or scientific career. Ketu over Shani on the other hand, Ketu headless, Shani karmakara, a lot of headless karmas, unnecessary bothering you. You know, you will be like, what am I doing? So much of work, but it may be sometimes a lot of headless work you're doing and getting exhausted at the end of the day. So watch out for those when your Ketu is going over Shani. Something more in karmic or in your job related field. Of course, you may be looking for new jobs. You may be not be satisfied with your job. Some problems or issues in job can result into, and you're finding some escaping way or something like that. So look into those. So something definitely related to karma, rewarding for karma, maybe, or some karma getting spoiled depending upon Rahu over Saturn, positive or negative, or Ketu over Saturn, depending upon positive or negative, you may get headless work, not knowing what you're doing, or Ketu over Saturn may also take you to something like more of spiritual activities. Ketu spirituality, Saturn karma karaka, karma in spirituality, possible. Okay.
Okay, great. Dr. Pai, what about Rahu-Ketu over Shani?
Rahu over Shani can bring a lot of vata doshas, which means gas-related problems, IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, bloating of the stomach, acidity, acid reflux, because both of them are, Vayu Tattva, Saturn and Rahu. So they can also be very much a Badaka because their natural house is Aquarius, where it is the Kalpurush Kundli's Badaka, natural Badaka. So they rule that Badaka house. So which means they can be first grade obstacles that might be coming in your life because of your karmas of your past. Karmic things are coming out very, very fast. You might be able to address many of them if you have to worship Bhairava, Kala Bhairava, and visit his places. Like he's very strongly in Banaras, Kashi, Varanasi, and then in Ujjain. And also try to see that, because Saturn Rahu combination, you can only combat it either with Durga or Chamunda or Chandi or Kala Bhairava, because Ashtami is connected to all of these deities. So Ashtam means it is the 8th house themes are very strong. Saturn and Rahu energies are very, very strong. So lot of sudden events happening in your life, which is unexpected from, if you think it is Murphy's law. Saturn and Rahu is Murphy's law. If you think something can go wrong, it will go wrong. Saturn and Ketu is a very uplifting energy. Very uplifting, because that is Hanuman's energy, Saturn and Rahu. Saturn is the servant and Ketu is the tail. So, Hanuman is a Ramaduta. He's like a messenger. And it is a very high electrical energy. Remember, Ketu is electrical energy and Rahu is magnetic energy. Saturn Rahu will bring a lot of magnetic charisma in you also. If you are practicing the right kind of meditations and doing japas and things, suddenly you can draw a lot of people towards you, because Saturn is the masses, Rahu is the face. And Saturn Rahu is also what I feel is politicians. It can make you a political figure suddenly. Not a politician per se like a season one, but you know why? He is the face. But what is Saturn Ketu? Saturn Ketu are the lobbyists, which are faceless people who run the governments. It could be the pharma lobby, which is running the government. The president or the prime minister is only sitting there. He is just a face, and he's an election face. But somebody is sponsoring them, funding their election, making them win elections. But there is an agenda. Who drives the agenda? Saturn Ketu drives the agenda. That's why I'm saying I'm talking mostly in terms of Saturn Ketu combination in your natal charts. But if Ketu is going over your Saturn, that means something to do with your karmas also. You can have so many cuts over your feet, which means you might fall down. You can easily trip down during this period, because Saturn is the feet. So somewhere in between your knees and your ankles, you can constantly get hamstring injuries, and other things can happen because of Ketu.
Great points, Dr. Pai. Now let's go to Rahu, Ketu, natal Rahu. So Rahu, natal Rahu, big Samudramandhan already waiting to happen. So that you have to be prepared for. One way or the other, big karmic thing is playing out and all that. Now, usually it depends upon the age you are in. The further younger you are, Rahu, return of natal Rahu is very powerful. A lot of confusion, a lot of karma and all that will be triggered. Well, the older you get, so maybe 18 years and 36 years when Rahu return happens, is usually more problematic. When you're 54 and all that, it won't be that bad, because the karma is already played out. But Rahu return usually brings a lot of confusion actually. Rahu will definitely make you face the public, be more out there, be more active in social media kind of karma. Rahu can sometimes make you face, as they call as disrespect kind of aspect in general. So you might be disrespected depending upon your state of Rahu. If Jupiter is benefic or something influences a great good result. If overall Rahu is not so great, some challenging results can come. However, no matter what, Samudra Mandhan is expected. So Rahu and Ketu is, so that's the same thing actually. So when we talk about Rahu, Ketu is also Ketu. So I can talk about both right now. So Rahu definitely will be facing the problems and all that. Your karma, the unfulfilled karma that is required to be fulfilled in this lifetime, the unfulfilled desires will show up very strongly, which you'll have to act on right now. To be very clear what you have to do, or the unfulfilled aspect of your life will become very clear. So Ketu will actually make sure you are facing your past life karmas and all that strongly. You might meet people from your past lives very strongly right now. Definitely, you might Separation from your mother's side of the family can happen. Karmas linked with your mother's side of the family can happen, or karmas linked with your father's side of the family can happen very strongly. Whatever your grandparents did and all that, those kind of karmas can play out right now. Grandparent generation level karma can play out right now when Rahu-Ketu axis return happens actually. So let's talk about that, Aditya. So talk about Rahu-Ketu axis return happening right now at least.
Because when Rahu goes over Rahu, means Ketu is going over Ketu. Correct. And
Correct,
when
yeah.
Rahu is going, and when Ketu is going over Rahu, Rahu is going over Ketu. So it's like we can have both together, and I think we can wrap up.
Right, sure, yeah.
So Rahu over Rahu is same as Ketu over Ketu. What is Rahu over Rahu? Depends. See, of course, Rahu over Rahu means the same time Ketu over Ketu is going, but they are occurring in two different houses. Remember those. So those two different houses energies can be playing. Rahu over, depending upon now what type of Rahu, where which house, and all those things can change. Rahu over Rahu can definitely boost up things, because Rahu is another booster and Rahu gets another booster. So as you said, 18 years. That's why. What is the voting age? 18 years. When you become adult, 18 years. Rahu over Rahu. So it's like a boost. Okay, now you're no more considered as young. Something has significantly changed, probably. So yeah, that's what makes the difference. You go in a different level, a level of transformation, where you get maybe something more responsibilities can happen, new work can happen. So this is all transformation period. Rahu over Rahu, Ketu over Ketu, Rahu over Ketu, Ketu over Rahu. So this is all transformation period. And especially after 1836, of course, you become much more mature. You really become mature after 36 years, they say, correct? That's why 36 years is more important. So anyway, Rahu over Rahu will give you a much boost to your thing. And maybe probably things can be clearer why you are why you have taken birth probably in this life. You may figure it out at the age of 18 probably, or maybe at 36 probably, and then work towards, or maybe realizing at 18 and working till 36, and then after that you could get something like, okay, you understand things better, why you have come overall on an overall basis and work towards it. So yes, so that happens. And Ketu over Ketu, because Rahu over Rahu is same as Ketu over Ketu. So depends on which houses, and of course we are not talking about houses. Rahu over Ketu and Ketu over Rahu is like mixing the two ends. What is that called? That snake eating its own tail. I forgot that name. Ouroboros, something like that. Completing the circle probably. Here it can be like much more. It's like ground reality. It's like, something very good for initiation of spirituality and all those things, especially for Kundalini awakening and all. Can be a very good important time, depending upon the house and all. And if it is any Jupiter's thing, probably you can meet a guru, and that can help you to raise your spirituality and all those things. So I will suggest, whenever you have those things, look out for some spiritual transformation or spiritual, engage into those activities, that can help you to elevate your spiritual level to a next thing. And whatever Sandeep said about generational karma and ancestral karma can come out. Very good time to pray your Kula Devta and all. That's very, very, very nice time, because Rahu, Ketu, Rahu is all like, if you can connect with your ancestors, connect with your Pitris, connect with your Kula Devtas, these are the times to do that. Do not miss this out, I will say. Okay, so watch out for those and try to see. Maybe Rahu and Ketu are all of also something connected to foreign lands, distant lands. Maybe travel to foreign distant lands can be with your family or something can be possible. Okay, or maybe going to some spirituality and all those things can happen, as I said. So going to some pilgrimage centers, living within India, you can go to maybe from Bombay to Haridwar or something like that. Or if you're in a foreign country, making a foreign trips, whatever. Something like that can happen.
No, great points, Aditya. Dr. Pai, how do you? Rahu-Ketu. Yeah.
Yeah, Rahu-Ketu, I would say great sudden changes, excitement, awareness creation, soul searching, lot of bursts of intelligence, abstract thinking. It would also give you a lot of worldliness, materialism, at the same time, transformation, detachment. So it is a roller coaster. Basically, whatever you see, it is going to really shift. Basically, I would say this Rahu-Ketu, whatever you say, it is an earthquake. which means the tectonic shifts are going to happen during this phase. Whether you like it or not, for the good or for the better or for the bad, you will be shaken completely. You will be pushed out of your comfort zone. Your boat will be rocked. And your boat might also capsize during this time. So the best thing to do is to learn to swim during this situation, to live as lightly as possible. It might make you a wanderer, or it might take you into solitary confinement and you want to be in isolation. That might give you solace. You don't want to interact with the world. You feel that nobody's understanding, or you become too verbally, it's called verbal diarrhea. Speaking too much that people are fed up listening to you. Probably that's what I'm going through right now.
That's what we are going.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we're going through, because after 3.5 hours, I think this is verbal diarrhea itself. This is nothing
I know
else.
we started at it's
Yeah.
almost 5 hours, Dr. Pai, right from the time we have started.
Yeah.
Right,
I'm
right.
sure some of us, Rahu and Ketu, must be going over our Rahu or Ketu. Otherwise, we won't be blabbering for 3.5 hours. I don't think anybody has ever attempted to do any transit video which is so long. And I think
Right.
we should
Is it 3.5 or because we are
Yeah,
talking
3.5.
for
3.5.
we are talking for
Yeah.
5 hours.
Yeah.
For I will
We
say
have been talking
4.5,
for much
3.
longer.
Yeah, 5
Yeah.
hours
So,
is what we are talking, but maybe in the video length we recorded maybe 4.5 hours definitely.
Yeah.
Rahu or Ketu, these people will expect that they should receive a Nobel Prize for whatever they're doing, Grammy Award, Emmy Award, Global Peacock Award, whatever you say, the global award, because they think they deserve something and they want to see that. Otherwise, for them, it is like a deal breaker. They feel that they need that recognition. And Ketu will get recognition, but they will say, I don't need this recognition. That is how it is. So it's a very weird time. You can go through a lot of distractions, disturbances, dividedness, roughness, rebellion within you. Lot of churning of the ocean is already happening. Because on one side you have the churners or the devatas, the other side is the asuras. Everybody wants to have the nectar, but who wants to have the poison which is coming? This is Rahu. So just remember, Rahu-Ketu axis over which Rahu-Ketu is transiting. It is like a Samudra Manthan which is happening. And not everything what you want will come out. Sometimes the first thing which will come is very poisonous, and you need to have somebody like Mahadev to come and drink your poison. Otherwise, you will have this verbal diarrhea going on.
Dr. Pai,
you
Go
can
ahead.
also put, hoist some flag on some temple, Ketu over Rahu to Ketu period. I mean, that will be another good remedy.
So, yeah, that's right. Dr. Pai, any difference between the Rahu or natal Rahu or Rahu or natal Ketu? Anything?
Yeah, I think, Ketu going over a natal Rahu can also suddenly bring your fears and phobias to the top, which means it is also whatever you fear that you didn't want to do, invariably you will have to do that. Suppose you hate your job, but you are in such a situation that you are not able to leave your job. You will have a boss who doesn't understand you, who criticizes you, but you are still in, you're not able to dealing, because that is your karma. You need to repay your karma. You have to be patient. You have to learn patience. Otherwise, it will force you. Okay. One best remedy, I would say, during this phase is give Durva grass to Lord Ganapati and give Darba grass, to, Rahu is Durga types, like what is Kusha grass also they say. So it is the opposite you give, which means Durva grass is Rahu's grass, which is given to Lord Ganapati. Okay, that is his favorite grass. And Kusha grass, give it to the archetypical energies of Rahu. That is how you are trying to pacify the energy. So Kusha grass is usually used in the Havan. So you can do Chandi part, Chandi Homa, Navachandi, Navadurga Havan, puja, yagnas, in which they will be using these the grass. And all the yagnas, they'll be using the kusha grass, the dried ones, they'll be using it. But you are actually doing Durga, but you are also invoking the kusha. For Ganapati, what it is, it's green Durva grass, which has to be offered, 21 strands of Durva grass. That's the best way. And I would always recommend that you start keeping the Durva grass on your left palm, 21 strands tied together. Put your right palm on top of it. Place these two palms in between your legs, because that is your Muladhara chakra. And then meditate upon Ganapati and offer that to Ganapati. Basically, you are saying, cleanse my Muladhara chakra. And Rahu going over your thing. Remember, what is it? Rahu is your crown chakra, Sahasrara chakra. What is Ketu? That is your Muladhara chakra. Imagine if you are turning head upside down, what happens? Your head over heels. That's what is the thing when you're, Ketu is going over your Rahu.
Right. No, that's great, Dr. Pai.
One more remedy I would say for these people who are going through Rahu-Ketu, do a lot of somersaults. Otherwise, life will make your life somersault.
Right.
What do you call those?
I don't say that.
Cartwheels.
I will break some of my bones if I do these days. I used to do a lot when I still remember on my bed when I was like.
Okay, you can't do somersaults. At least do Surya Namaskar. Why Surya Namaskar is in that you are also using the Cobra pose also. You are doing stretching. All the stretching exercises are very good.
Namaskar has to be done. Sun is rising. I hardly see sunrise.
When the sun is out also you can do it. Many people do it like that also. One thing I would add is the like upside down thing, right? So the Shirsasana, as it's called, the headstand. Doing headstand is a good remedy in general. Just to add on to what Dr. Pai is telling, Rahu-Ketu or Ketu-Rahu or natal Rahu-Ketu actual return, important to some kind of Kriya practice or Kriya Yoga or some kind of meditation. There is this breathing technique which they make you do. I forget it's called some elliptical orbit breathing or something like that. Even there is in Chinese Qigong thing, I forget the name actually. Some elliptical orbit breathing kind of thing they recommend. You can find out Mandak Chia breathing technique. You will find it online very easily. Very good remedy. I think, but any Kriya Yoga, if you can get do that, perfect remedy during Rahu-Ketu.
Yeah, it's like Kriya Yoga you're saying, Yeah,
Kriya Yoga is very good actually. I cannot recommend that enough. Any kind of yoga technique, Kundalini Yoga and all that, I can encourage that. Samudra Mandhan will happen either way, so just be prepared for that. This was the Samudra Mandhan for us. Big transit video. So this was probably the longest transit video which we ever made. So, but anyway, hopefully if you are patient to get to this point, all the best to you. Maybe you have a good year ahead.
I think their Rahu-Ketu will be clear now.
Yeah, for sure. Any final words, Dr. Pai?
No, I really want to thank both of you for your time. I know we have sat through this such a lengthy video. I hope people will appreciate whatever effort has gone into making this video, because and many a times I think we are repeating the same things, but it's okay for people to, it's like revising some subject 3 times over. So same points which Santip is saying, maybe I'm also repeating many a times the same things that Aditya is also repeating, but it's okay. It's a revision for all of you to, crystallize. But I think the purpose is to come together to also tell all our audiences that don't just rely on transit videos. This is not only our videos, I'm saying. In general, take this from an awareness creation perspective, educational perspective. And if you do not like certain things that we have commented upon, take it as an entertainment value. Sometimes you don't have to really take everything, because I told you very clearly, unless you see your dashas and the yogas in the chart, many of these transit events that we have said might not even pan out for you. What are the odds that it will pan out? There is a very great chance many people will have certain events happening. From, if I'm telling you 10 events, maybe 2-3 events will happen and say, wow, this is great, the transit video. But let us be very rational with our thought processes, because you see, whenever we come across and do this, that's why we don't do too many videos on transits, we do it only during certain specific times because people come and ask us for that. But always use a very rational, pragmatic mind, and let us all make this science, really worthwhile studying and learning, so that it can apply it and not just take anything which is given to you verbatim.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Aditya and Sandeep, any other comments that you wanted to add? But I want to really thank you and say thanks very much for your time here today. But any final comments before we wrap up today?
Aditya, any comments by you?
No, not much, but just like remind that this can be a good promotional video for our
Right.
I forgot Parashara.
Yeah.
Parashara video thing. Anyone interested, feel free. Provide your comments. From your comments, we learn many things. Good database for us. So thank you. Thank you for listening to us for such a long time. So hope 2024 is good. 2 + 2 + 4 makes 8. 8 is Saturn. If you listen to this such a long time, Saturn is going to be definitely improved. So all the best for 2024. I know that we are lagging in Kritika Nakshatra. We are doing this from thinking to do that for a long time. We will do it. We'll complete it. Just give us time. We are aware of that, and we will do our best to finish that Nakshatra series that's going from 6-7 years, and we'll complete it. We know that we have not done it for a long time, so have patience. We will do it. That's all I could say.
Great.
I don't know when we will do what.
Yeah. Great. No, that's all. So I don't have anything more to add to what Dr. Pai and Aditya said. Thank you for your patience. Thanks again.
Thank you, everybody. Namaste.
Thank you, everybody. Yes.